Whew. What a weekend. How are we all doing? Late start today. Quite a late start, but pretty keen to try the new desk. That's exciting. Hello, Dolly. How you doing? Oh, hi. What's going on here? Looks like the chat's not working. Yeah, gonna have a look. There, Math. Good to see you. Thank you for lurking. Hello, Crazy. Thought I'd run Bella's intro. I really like it. Haven't heard it in a while. The music is very loud. Okay. Is that a bit better? It sounds loud on my end too. Let me adjust. Um, Probably about there. Probably about there. A lot better. Good evening, Goldie. How are you doing? All right, look, that chat's not working, so we're gonna jump straight into figuring out what happened with that. Um, how do y'all like the new camera angle? New desk, so I can actually sit my camera back a bit from where I am. I'm quite liking it. All right. You're good. That is good. I'm pretty good. I had a great weekend so far. So you look more official. All right. Well, that's good. That's good. I feel like a little bit of like distance back from the camera can make it. Yeah, it can be good. Also, Kaz gave me this amazing chair. It's really good. I'm loving it. Um, it's a bit more on brand too, if I'm being honest. Um, so all right, let's see. So that one. Let me pull up this password. Where are we there? I got to figure out why this goes down. That might be the subject of today's stream is figuring out why the chat disconnects and getting it to automatically reconnect. Nacho said, "Can you please tell Seb that I love him and I miss him?" Ah, can you please just pass that on to Nacho for me? Just do that. Just do that. That's all. Just yeah, it's mutual. I need to get on more streams more often. But yesterday was a very busy day. It was wedding stuff. It was really fun. It was really fun. It's like the best wedding I've ever been to. It was so good, guys. It was so good. Um, all right, hold on. So here's our password. If I think it's not going to show anything. If I boom, then we're in, and then oh, that didn't work. Um, that that one did. So there we go. WSG Seb. Hello, Kodo. How are you? What does WSG stand for? WSG. Waste Services Group. WSG Energy Services. Work Safe Guardian. What's good? It's what's good. Fifth time's the charm. Yeah, that would have been one special wedding. What's good? It was what's good. What's good? I got it. I got there. I Googled it. It was like the fifth result. It was an incredible wedding, guys. It was like, oh, they're such a good pair of people. Such incredible humans. Um, yeah, I really enjoyed that. There were so many great people there. Um, and I'm getting on. So I've been to a few weddings. I've been to a couple, like a lot of weddings, and this one stood out. Um, did she? Did she crazy? She actually jumped onto the. I didn't even notice her like dip out, but incredible. So when is my wedding? Oh man, Penny. First, I need to find a. I need to get myself a girlfriend. Need to have a relationship to have a wedding. You need to find the right one. And that ain't easy. That ain't easy. All right, so let's see. Oh, hold on. This is the wrong server. We need to. All right, hold on. Oh, thank you, Kodo, for the resub. I really appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna SSH into root at based code based stream. What's the name of that? What's the IP I need? Based. I think we're gonna go with basedstreamtools.com, and then if it will connect. That's interesting. Why is it hanging on this? Definitely not easy if you don't have the time. You're not wrong, Penny. You're not wrong. No, thank you so much, Kodo, for the resub. 3 months, 2 in a row. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. I really appreciate it, man. Hello, Katie. How are you? I did see her stream. I did see she did a stream during her wedding. I mean, she would have done it in her dress and everything, right? It was a beautiful dress. At the end of the night, like the whole bottom of it was just like black and scuff from her running around. And I love that. I love that. That she was more interested in having fun and just enjoying herself than like some stupid wedding dress. That's very fruity. That's very fruity. You're good, Katie. I'm also really good. I've had a great weekend. Today I did a lot of work. I slept in, got a lot of work done. All right, why is that not working? Root at basedstreamtools.com. That should be fine. That's why. It's not the... Yeah, of course. That makes way more sense. I forgot the app subdomain. That's why I was thinking so hard. Okay, so now we're on the right server, and we're gonna restart the base stream tools. So that means boom, we're gonna lose the bottom bar for a minute and a bit, and then when it comes back up, it should automatically it should be working and responding. But the interesting thing here is, why did it go down in the first place? At the start of last stream, we set something up to automatically like restart it fairly recently. So, yeah. I mean, that's commitment, isn't it? That's commitment. Doing a stream during a wedding is like next level. That's next level commitment. Definitely not easy if you don't have the time. Yeah, you're right, Penny. You're right. I need to make the time for those kind of things, but it's like... I don't know. I'm not good at that. Got too many ambitions, and as it is, I feel like I don't stream enough here. Okay, restarting and test. Yeah, now we're working. So why did it go down? That's the question. Why did it go down? And that's what we're going to set out and answer first. How are you able to SSH using your domain? Do you not use Cloudflare or something? Kodo, I'm just hosting everything on the metal. So there's an actual server sitting in an actual, like, you know, I could actually walk up to it and turn it off and on. So we kind of... Actually, I think that's the case for this. I tend to use like reverse tunnels and lots of, when I set up my infrastructure, I like to actually control the computers. So it's not like I haven't just gone with some hosting provider. What about DDoS protection? We're not even really live. We're just in alpha. I think if we get to the point where we're developing this thing here as we go, we're not really at scale. We've got a whitelist for a reason. There's only a short list of users, and we're not big yet. There's not heaps of users. I think we'll solve those problems when we get there. Sometimes it's best to focus on the problem that's in front of you instead of worrying about like getting DDoSed before we even have users. Law Master Kaylee, I'm good. I've just been dead tired for some reason though, even though I haven't been doing anything. Are you getting enough sleep, Kaylee? That might like often, a lot of getting good sleep can really matter. Um, okay, so let's see. So let's go to installer, our background installer. This is where our chat service runs, right? So if we go in here, what we do is when it starts up, for every user, we listen for messages. And if a new user gets created, we also listen for messages. And so we create a whole bunch of consumers and we stick them in collections so that if we need to access them later, we can. For instance, like, handle chat events. What's that called by? Login, handle new message, all right, chat event service. So you can see here, this is in the front end if we want to listen to chat events. So that lets us access these things that are later time. But what we need and what we're not doing, this consumer is going to have a bunch of other events on connected, on error, and on message received. We're kind of just printing on error. But what else do we have here? We must have like client.disconnected on disconnected. We're not doing anything with that. We should probably do something with this. Disconnected. And in this case, we should probably do a reconnection. What else have we got? That might even just be a good... Yeah, we can just do that. That'll be step one, I think. If it disconnects, automatically reconnect it. So let's raise a new event in here to do that. Hello, Craigagard. How you doing? I always trip over your name a little bit. I'm sorry. Chat crash earlier on D's stream. Oh, okay. It's okay. When you say it crashed, Goldie, do you mean it just like stopped updating? Oh, hold up. What's happening here? There we go. I really like that song of hers, but I feel like it's just different vibe from what we're usually listening to. We back and we grinding? Yeah, we are, Lenko. We doing that grind. Always on that grind, man. I need to find more balance in my life, though. It's like that comment that, who made it before? It's very true. It's very true. It's like the, if you, it's not easy to find a person if you don't have any downtime. We are on that grind, but I need to find a bit more balance. I honestly do. Okay, so on disconnected. That's what we're going to handle next. And we're going to basically re-raise it again like this. On disconnected. If it's subscribed to, then we invoke with the sender. And we want to like probably do our own map to like our own Twitch event. So map to, here we've got Twitch message event. I have this rule where I try and map data from one type to another, so that once it's in our domain, we handle the mapping in one place. And sometimes it can feel cumbersome, but in general, it's always been a good idea to do it. So it's a little bit future-proofing, which isn't always the best. Like sometimes you just make it work as it is, but all right, we're going to do it. Static. We're going to make a new chat disconnected event. Twitch chat disconnected. event, and then map to chat disconnected event. And that's going to be on, it's going to be on, where is it? Let's keep going back. On disconnected event args. And that's in TwitchLib. There we go. Now we just need to make this type. We'll do it in the same place as this event. And public string, well, now we gotta actually go return a new one of these, and then we'll map across from it. So, okay. Hey, Razor, how you doing? Good to see you, man. Le Ginger Dev. Bonjour, Le Ginger Dev. Your mic is hella quiet. Okay, hold up. How is that? Is that a bit better? Thank you for the feedback, Ginger Dev. I appreciate it. Yo, Fuknani. How are you, man? How you doing? I've been thinking about that. Like, I'm looking at my motorbike and fixing it. I'm in the process of, like, you know, I'm trying to decide whether I fix the carburetor myself or I get a mobile mechanic to come sort it out. But I was thinking about you and your high speed, you know, Salt Lake record, dude. That's pretty cool. I'm really keen to learn a little more about what you were doing there. It's pretty interesting. See you later, Lenko, when you come back from Lurk. He's right, you're a bit quiet. All right, have we fixed it? I think your mic is fine and the music's loud. All right, we can bring the music down. It does seem like the music's pretty soft as it is, though. Let me just see the microphone volume. The mic does seem low. Thank you for helping me figure out my volume stuff, guys. Oh, I see what happened. There we go. The stupid microphone does this weird thing now and then. That's probably much better. If I'm not wrong. Yeah, that's probably much better. What type of bike do I have? I have a... it's a cafe racer, but the engine is a CG250. And it's got like a naked frame. Yeah. It's a really old, low CC engine, but it's just like a really good, reliable engine that me and a friend built the whole like bike around. How's the Queen of Streams? Did she had a blast at the wedding? I think she had an amazing time. I think her and Marcus both did, Razor. It was such a amazing event. So beautiful. They really killed it. They really killed it. They did such a great job with it. You got a new toy for hunting? A crossbow. God damn, Fuknani. What kind of hunting you do? It seems fine now. Good. All right. So we've got our Twitch connected, disconnected event on disconnected. And then we're going to map everything here. We're going to go on disconnected dots. I mean, is there nothing on this? Let's go decompile it. We'll decompile this, see what it's got. It's empty. It's empty. All right, that's fine. That's fine. We can deal with that. That means ours gets to be empty, which makes this method very, very, very simple. That's like the smallest method body imaginable. And we can even do a discard here, which is whack. That's just wild. Fix our spelling here. All right. So now we can call that method. And we can change the type here. Twitch chat disconnected event. All right. So now that this is available, we can kind of like keep traversing our hierarchy upwards. And we can see here, we also need to consumer. Interesting. Actually, where's our connect? Listen for... good music, but it's going off our playlist. What's going on with that? Okay, hold up. There we go. Now we're back on track. Deer and wild boar. Cool, man. Cool. That's a lot, man. That's hard. I've been along on a hunting trip before. I used to do archery when I was a kid. So I was like, for the 50-meter shot, I used to like I once won when I like the under 15s. It was like, you know, I think it was like under 15s. It's like under 15s archery, 50-meter. I had a compound bow that I used to shoot when I was a kid, but yeah, it was really fun. And I went once on a hunting trip, but it was a lot, you know, butchering the deer and everything. It's like a whole, you really got to know what you're doing to do that. It's a hard thing to do, Fuck90. Okay, so if we're listening on your message, I mean, there's something here that like, that does start, right? I think we could just call the same method, right? Because internally here, this builds it, and that here initialize it. So yes, yeah, so we can just do this. I'm pretty sure we can go consumer dot undisconnected. If this happens, then we're going to discard everything and make this recursive. Recursive is always a scary thing when you make a recursive method. But I feel like this onDisconnected event, it's not, you know, that's not a bad idea. But one thing that would be bad about this is we wouldn't remove the last one. And we still need to do that, or we could wind up with a whole bunch of these things holding disconnected states, right? Because we're reinstantiating a new consumer. Unless we make like a reconnect method on our consumer, that would be another approach. Maybe that's the better approach. We're going to go consumer.reconnect. And then we'll make that method. And that internally will handle what we were looking at. Bow hunting or spear hunting seems like more sporting way, in my opinion. I mean, spear hunting a boar would be freaky. That's that takes a, yeah, those things can get big. Hey, Lucario, how you doing? Do a flip. I saw Marcus do a flip the other day, just yesterday. I was like, oh my god, he can do a flip. He can actually do a flip. On the dance floor, no less. A flip on the dance floor. 280 pounds to pull back. Holy. That's a... 280 pounds? I mean, crossbows, I know they have cranks, and that makes a big difference, but that's a lot. I mean, the limit on my bow, if you configured it, was like 90 pounds, I think. It's 50 pounds is the minimum for hunting in Australia. You need at least a 50-pound bow. And, you know, a smaller person can only pull like a 20-pound bow. But I know crossbows are pretty different from that, Fuck90. And that sounds insane. Is it like a... Surely that's a crank. That's a thing you got to crank, right? Bow hunting is way better because when hunting with a gun, the bullet can burn and destroy the meat. I guess, yeah, that's true. I didn't know about the burning. Okay, if we reconnect, there should be like client dot reconnect. Oh, look. If it's that simple, that might be the way to go. All right, on disconnected, reconnect. Let's hope that this helps us figure it out. The other thing that we can do here, we can try and have a look now to see. We can go see in the logs, because we did set up a logging system, if there's any kind of disconnected stuff getting recorded. Yeah, if it's disconnecting, then it should be in the logs. So are we still connected on the terminal? Yes, we are. So we might need to even make a, I mean, in the presentation folder, I think we have that logs folder here. So we can, what's the shortcut for new tab? Control, I mean, I thought Control Shift N was the, doesn't matter. So we're going to SCP, the root at app.basestreamtools.com. And then it's going to be from the home folder, Base Stream Tools, presentation logs, and we're going to just put that to like, let's just now do it to something like C work Base Stream Tools, and then we'll do like logs. That should do it. And then authenticate quickly. Okay, hold on. Let me get that up. I got it because the United States, they have a separate season for bow hunting and for rifles, right? I would feel like in America, the hunting, you know, the flora and fauna would be at greater risk because of how easy it is to get access to a firearm for the purposes of hunting. Not so much in Australia. I think guns are a bit harder to come by. All right, maybe. How do we SCP a folder? How do we SCP a folder is the, do you SCP a whole folder? They've just changed it. Enter, like Shift Enter. Right, Shift Enter used to Control Enter now, and is now the submit button. That's different. Lots of regulations around hunting in the United States. There are here too, BJ. BJ Compto, there's heaps of restrictions around hunting here in Australia, but you know, it's okay. Remote, yeah, there we go. That's what we did. So we did just what it's saying here. SCP, user at the host. Yeah, no, there we go. User at the host, the remote path, and then the local path. Maybe I need to make the path. C work, base stream tools. Make that logs folder. Not a regular file. I know it's not, but this should be fine. Oh, I missed the -R. There we go. Yeah, I got to remember that. That's a... There we go. Now we're getting all of our loggy logs. We can go have a look at that. That's a lot of logs. So let's go have a look at the last one. Interesting. Oh, of course, I didn't give it the full path. So one here, one up there. There we go. So it's going to be this one that I care about. And then disconnected. That's annoying. I'm going to want to filter out these like Blazor disconnects because those don't matter. Those don't matter. You know what? We might not even see anything useful here because we didn't log. If we had the code, we didn't log when it, yeah, we weren't logging when it actually had, on disconnected didn't have an error. Like we weren't logging any message. It wouldn't have had an error. It's totally normal for it to disconnect. So we might not actually see anything useful here. So yeah, I probably should have thought that through before I went and bothered to get the log files. So, all right. I don't think we'll see anything productive in the log files. Which means this folder can actually get deleted. That wasn't useful. So we can deploy this change and see if it helps. But the problem is we don't know what can cause this thing to disconnect. It might be even like the remote, the remote client. So like Twitch might just decide to disconnect things and be like, we're cutting it off, gone. And then we wouldn't get an error necessarily because yeah, that makes sense. So there would be no error that even gets raised. You have 3 days off, Fuck90, to prepare because the next job is around... That's a long way away from where you live. Dude, that's a lot of travel. That's a lot of travel. What has you traveling so far, Fuck90? I'm guessing like you do some kind of mechanical thing or something like that, if I had to guess. But I think it's because we talk about your bike so often. Okay, so let's have a think. So we've got that reconnect working now. Let's at least commit that. So that gets staged. This gets staged. That gets staged. That gets staged. Hey, Cosgrove, thank you for the follow, man. I appreciate that. A good friend of mine when I was younger had the last name Cosgrove. Good old Rory. I wonder where he is now. It's one of those things where like you don't keep in touch with your friends from school and you just lose touch. But he was a good friend. I feel custom houses, apartments, and so you build them. Nice. You've been watching in a while, and I thought I should follow at some point. Cosgrove, I really appreciate that, man. Now you'll know when I go live and stuff like that. If you don't mind me asking, when you tune in, if you're not following, like, how do you find me? How do you find the channel? I'm always like, I guess it's like the marketing / business kind of mentality I take to things. It's like when things happen, I kind of want to understand why so that I can like promote them or recreate them. So how do you find the channel when you, if you're not following? I'm really curious because we got to work on it. 100%. I see none of my school friends anymore. I kept in touch with 2 really good school friends. And that, we talk about Kyle a fair bit. He's the guy who had who helped me make the motorbike and passed away. And he was just like a really good friend from school. Yeah, it's funny, man. It's funny how life goes. You never realize that, like, I guess it's just a sign to treasure the people that you have around you when you have them there. You found me because of FastFee? Yeah, I get a lot of that. I'm very lucky. I'm very lucky that Fast supports me. Okay, so auto reconnect when chat connection drops. The thing we should also do here, which is probably fairly important, the only unfortunate thing is it's very hard to test the changes we just made. So I don't know if they will work or not. But let's assume they do. And let's also make sub events reconnect in a very similar way. So we need consumer dot on disconnected. So we're gonna use the same pattern. And then we're gonna go consumer dot reconnect. So if it disconnects, reconnect. Snowsy, how you doing? How you doing, my goat? Such a weird sentence. Good to see you, man. Good to see you. I'm in your live channels. I assume it because I've joined streams with Fast. Okay, gotcha, Cosgrove. Gotcha. Yeah. I've also watched some other software developers as streamers, so it's a big mix of both. Yeah. Maybe it's just like the kind of content I make is like the other content that you consume. It could be like a combination of that plus you already watching FastV stuff. I'm so lucky to have Fast. You know, I don't think it would have been worth it to try and make a software and game development channel if it weren't for her and her supporting me. It makes all the difference in the world, man. Makes all the difference in the world. I'm very lucky to have her as a sister for a million different reasons. All right, we're going to make that event handler. And then it's going to be Twitch sub disconnected event. One of the bad things about the design that we have here is the number of instances of chat client that we get, right? Because that means like for one user, instead of having one connection for the chat client, we have two each, right? So one for subs and one for chat. That's a bad design. It really should be like one client for each user. And then all of the events should come through that one client. It would be more memory efficient. It would use less. But, again, this is an optimization. It's a thing I should keep in mind for the future when refactoring. But at the moment, I'm happy to just have, really, I think the way that I should do this is... see, it becomes really complicated when I try and do that because I almost need like a dependency injection system for it, which I'm not gonna try and build. All right, hold on, guys. I'm just gonna put the aircon on. There we go. How good's this chair? How good's the chair, guys? Oh yeah. It's a very, very, very nice chair. Kaz is like, I really need to, guys. You got to help me come up with an idea for how to thank Kaz for everything she's done. She got us this amazing terrarium back on my birthday. She's hooked me up with this amazing chair just now. It's am I ready for Phasma season? I better get ready. I better get ready. What do you mean, my? Like, because goat is an actual animal. It's when I say it out loud, I feel like I'm calling you an actual goat. If I don't turn the acronym into like greatest of all time, it feels weird to be like you are my goat, Selzy. It's like you're not a goat. It's a human being. Okay, so now we need a on disconnected. client.on disconnected, and we're going to call. All right, are we in the event consumer? We're just going to raise the event elsewhere on disconnected. The other thing we could do here. The other thing we can do here is like force the reconnection in the event consumer. And then we don't have to rehandle this in all the different cases. Yeah, I like that better. So we're going to kind of refactor the last thing. On disconnected, just make the client.reconnect. Can it do that? If not, why not? On disconnected. Oh, of course. When it disconnects, reconnect. All right, that's the object. Okay, both of these just get discarded. All right, with that, I can actually undo the change I just made in the other in chat. Chat background service on disconnect reconnect is no longer needed. And this event is no longer needed. This, oh man, we can get rid of so much stuff by doing this. That goes there. Refactor it, safe delete it. This here uses it, so let's see. We don't need to map it anymore. Now it's deleted. That can also go. This is no longer needed. So all the things we just added no longer needed because we'll handle it internally. I'm going to handle this straight here. Burlap, howdy Seb, hope all is well. All is well in the world, Burlap. How are you doing? How you doing, man? Let me get some burlaps there in the chat. Where are we? Good to see you, man. How have you been? How's life? You doing good? That is good, man. That's good. Everybody has expensive Herman Miller chair, yet I sit in a dining room chair and my back has never been better. Yeah, that sounds about right. That sounds about right, Razor. But if somebody offers you a Herman Miller just cause, you don't say no. You don't turn that down. You're off to work, Folk90? Sorry about an hour up. Yeah, the house we're working on right now. You're going to pick up some tools and get them in the trailer and get them ready. Nice. If there's any spelling errors, it's because I'm using speak to text. Yeah, I do that all the time. I use speak to text and it just kind of like goes weird. It goes weird. Hello. What am I working on? Billa Lox Killer. How are you? Oh, Bill All Ox Killer. I'm sorry. New names are hard. I'll learn it. I promise. Thank you for saying hi and for joining in with the chat, man. We're working on some custom stream tools. So you see up here, like there's that Subathon builder, and down the bottom here, we've also got our custom chat. We've got, yeah, you can kind of see it here, and like this leaderboard and thing. We're working on some tools to make subathons easier for streamers who want to run subathons. And that's essentially what we're doing. Yeah. Hey, thank you for the follow, man. Pretty good. Yeah, you spelled it good. All right, nice. Speak to text doesn't understand your Southern American accent sometimes. Yo, it doesn't understand our Aussie accents half the time too, man. So I feel you. I feel the pain. I feel you. Okay, so this is what we should have done in the first place. So client.onDisconnected. And then we'll discard both of these. Don't care about you, don't care about you. We're just going to say, client, you don't get to be disconnected. Reconnect immediately. Hopefully, this keeps it live, and then all the other things that depend on, disconnected events don't need to handle them. We'll just handle them internally. For now, I think that's not a bad solution. So the next commit, funny enough, is going to undo, basically like roll back the last commit. There we go. I'm glad I spelt it good. But what nickname would you like? What about Killer or Lox Killer or Bill? We could call you Bill. Bill's a very like normalish name. That might be a vibe. We could go with that. Yeah, I kind of like Bill. I don't know who you are though. We don't have a sense of your character. I think as we get to know each other longer, I'll be like, yo, he's a down to earth dude. He's into like, I don't know, maybe you're like Fook 90 and you're very like good with your hands and stuff like that. Hey, Spiratori, how are you? Sorry, I missed your message there. I lost it in all the burlap sacks that were going on in chat. I'm good. I'm really good. Thanks for asking. I have had a really great weekend. I went to a wedding that was absolutely amazing. Honestly, one of the best weddings I've ever been to. All good, no sweat. Thank you. I appreciate that. How was the wedding? It was so amazing. It was beautiful. It was really, really beautiful. Just like, I feel so freaking honored to be a part of that crowd of people. And like Fruity and Marcus, I have such deep respect for them. They are amazing humans. So we're going to just change this comment to reconnect any disconnection. Reconnect any disconnection event on any disconnection event. All right. So that should get us in a situation where if we disconnect for whatever reason, we get back up. All right, cool. So one thing that would be nice right now to deploy our changes, I have to do this little dance, right? Where I push the change, I SSH into the server, I pull the new changes, and then I restart the server. It might be nice to trigger all of those things automatically on one Git, like using GitHub's like hooks and their actions. That could save us a bit of time. So maybe a little bit of DevOps might be good. But yeah, I mean, what else is there to do? We have made really good progress. The other thing to do is maybe like update the Subathon builder to get rid of the little strawberry. As cool as the strawberries are for Lufu, I think it might be nice for people to reconfigure this to choose their own colors, the same way that we have the... Now, honestly, we could do some redesign on the leaderboard system as well. The leaderboard configuration system could use a bit of a visual overhaul in terms of the user interface. Oh man, there's so much we could do here. We could try and do 7 TV emotes. I know Goldie would really like that. That would be one option. I mean, first things first, let's get this pushed. So we'll push these changes. And then, I don't know, we'll have another bit of a think of it why we do that. Add customizable images in the top right of the goals. That's a good idea. It is a good idea. That's a lot of effort though, only because we need to allow people to like upload and download. Like we need to upload and store images and then, route all that stuff. We could do it. We could definitely do it. But it's going to be like a matter of like bang for buck. I really need to like learn to prioritize how I spend my time, right? Because there's so many other projects we need to work on. I mean, it's not a bad idea though, Goldie. It's really not a bad idea at all. We could definitely do that. I think for now, maybe just turning the image off, and also, so turning the image off and also replacing it with replacing the color, making the key highlight color configurable might be the way to go. Hello, Collector. How are you? Good to see you. All right, so let's get rid of all that. First things first, are we still connected to the server? I don't think we are. I should just keep a window open, connected to the server constantly. So we'll open up our base stream tools. Let's do it here. We'll keep the terminal open. Like that. Let's reconnect. All right. So what we do to update right now, if we go in here, we can see git status where, oh, well, this is something we need to do. We need to, we need to git ignore that whitelist text. That's one. Let's see, presentation whitelist. We added Verticus, and yeah, we added Verticus, and why is FastV removed? That shouldn't have happened. That's wrong. Right, because I had diff in there. That should be there. And we really need to be doing that on our live whitelist as well. Or maybe we just ignore the whitelist. I feel like this list can, if we do that, then our local version and our remote version won't need to be, yeah, okay, so first things first. So we'll get all this to make sure it's in sync in our local version. We're going to git ignore that. So this whitelist needs to be ignored so that future changes like don't come up. And then the other thing that we need to do here, because this is like a potential cause for errors. If I look at this program.cs, on our live server, we definitely need to do the HTTPS redirection. But I think we can do that on our local development server and it'll all be fine. So maybe let's just do that on program CS here and enforce that. And that should be all right. So we're gonna make that a persistent change as well. So okay, so we're going to ignore, always use HTTPS and ignore whitelist. Server controls this. Okay. Cool. So I'll push that. Hello, Sir Drippy. Good to see you. How's life? How are you doing? We're just wrapping some things up, but we've made some really good progress on this tool. I think we're making really good progress. I'm thinking about like what next steps to do. It's it's an interesting. You're pretty good. What about you? I'm doing really good. I had a great weekend. I had a really great weekend. Yeah, feeling quite good. I'm glad I got on a stream as well. I had a very productive day. I got a lot of work done today. But yeah, it's good. So Yeah, as long as I can, if I can make this, I need to improve the reliability a little. We just did some work for that to, well, when I say work, I mean like we just made some changes that should make the chat and the subs more reliable. So if they disconnect, they automatically reconnect. I might want to like look at the logs to see if the service automatically restarted, but I mean, Goldie, you said that it seemed as though it automatically restarted itself anyway, right? So that's a good thing. All right, git diff. What do we got? Git status. No, we need to be in that folder. So we're going to clean, reset to head, git fetch to see what changes there might be. Git pull to take those changes down. And because we have no changes, there'll be no conflicts. If we go get status, then we're up to date with the develop branch, and we can restart the base stream tools, and they should come up with the changes we've just deployed. Okay, so D turned it off and used the old chat for like 15 minutes, and when she tried again, it was working again. All right. All right, that's good feedback, Goldie. That's good feedback. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm really glad that she's testing, because I wouldn't want, like, you know, if Fast or Loser Fruit were running into that, I'd feel like, I already feel a bit bad that D had to deal with it, but, you know, the size of her audience is like the size of mine, you know, it's not the same kind of big deal if it really like breaks and causes friction for them, you know, for her. That's, not to say that, you know, it's still not a bad thing, but a smaller, yeah, it's failure on a smaller scale, a little bit. Though, you know, give her a couple of months, and that might change. She's grinding hard, man. She's doing really, really well. All right, let's see. If I refresh this, it should be coming back. Unless... See, what's happening here? Our chat has not come back. So, app.basestreamtools.com. Oh, it's taking a while to restart. Let's go have a read. What's the status of it? Oh, it exited. All right, logs. Whoops. It exited. What went wrong? I don't actually see an... Oh, wait, hold on. It's in the process of rerunning? Why? I should see some exception here. Man, it can be really hard to read like that. Okay, let's see if we can follow along. I don't see any error here. All right, it's just like trying to boot in a loop. All right, what we're going to do is we're going to run this in development mode. And then we should have a better like idea of exactly what's happening here. This is where it bailed out. So there it is. I Twitch disconnect sub event. Did we actually commit this with an error? That would have been stupid. I think I did. I messed up. That was stupid. Very stupid. Yep. Sure enough. This is why I should have like validation before deployments. Am I using Blazor? Yes. Yes, this is a Blazor application, Sir Dippy. Is that working now? Yeah, so it's like basically a Blazor front end, and then you just got like .NET on the back end. Could not find part of the what? All right, this is different. This is very different. Hold on. Is this because I'm running from the wrong folder? Oh, yeah. All right. This is why we had the... All right, hold on. So... This is why we had the different, like, deployment in live versus... All right, let's amend the last commit. That needed to be staged. I mean, almost the one before that needed to be amended too, but we're gonna be naughty and just sneak this in with the last commit because I want to get it up. I don't know if Decaset's not streaming right now, is she, Goldie? So she is, okay. So she's probably annoyed that her chat's broken right now. All right, so let's get it up and going fast. Git checkout. Go to trunk. Get clean. Get reset hard head. Get fetch. Is this all pushed? We're going to push that, force it, so we override the last one. If you're going to break it live. Yeah, I really should have. This is why I need the controls around deployment. So now we're going to get fetch. Then we're going to go git checkout develop with an O, git pull, this is why we went to trunk. All right, git checkout trunk, git clean, git reset hard to head, git fetch, git pull, after the fetch, git pull, because now we'll have no conflicts. And from there, git checkout develop, git status. Your branch has diverged. All right. This has been pushed. I think we just need to, when we're on trunk, git checkout delete develop. Git checkout -d branch -d to delete develop, git fetch, make sure we're all the way up to date, which we will be. We don't need to pull, but we'll do it anyway, just to be sure we have everything. And now if we check out develop, and then we restart, now in our logs we should be all right. All right. She's busy touching villages, don't ask. abusing her powers as a ruler, is she? So Dippy, may I ask why you don't use the VS Code icon pack for my icons? Which icons are you referring to, Dippy? You mean like the like these icons? I guess it's just like I know what these do. Why do I need a new icon pack? It might look nicer, that's true. I guess on stream it matters more how things look, but alright. Oh man, why is there an error? The key not found. What the hell? Oh, maybe now. Maybe what this is doing is if I VI my so I need to change CD into base stream tools presentation. From here now, what I need to do is VI our whitelist text. Actually, hold on. I'm going to quit that. There should be a whitelist.txt in this directory, right? There should. Where is it? It's all right. We're going to do it anyway. And that's going to get the same stuff as this whitelist. And now restart. Let's go have a look at the logs. Of course, in this directory, we're going to have a look at the logs. Where are we? One more directory up. All right. Let that finish. The file icons. We'll have a look at that in a moment if you like, so Dippy. I'm curious to learn what you're referring to there. And now, if I refresh this down there, oh man, we still got an error. Why did I do this on the live server? All right, where are we looking at? Handle chat events. Okay, very interesting. I'm tempted to just like move back to the last working version and just like run from there. Hello, Sly, how are you? What the heck is that icon? Just Wyatt Perv. Interesting. Always push to live without checks. Be a man. This is why, like, it would be a different kind of issue if this was. I really do need to do build validations and run some tests and start getting that kind of stuff in there. Okay, so what it's doing is could be that I did actually not think this through. Yeah, I think I know what happened. So what we're going to do, and I might need to bother D actually. Okay. If I go look at chat, yeah, there we go. That's potentially the issue. So let's see. Okay, that's going to get a restart. With that restart, I think by switching branches and cleaning like that, I've maybe removed the database, which, yeah, that would make sense. I've really got to get a deployment system up and going. If you want to install an icon pack, go to the Extensions tab, search File Icons, and get either VS Code Icons or Material Icons theme. Right, right, right. Okay, so that's what happened there. This also means D is going to have to re-log in, which is really annoying. It's really annoying that I have to bother her with that. All right, we're going to just message her when she gets a chance. I've just messaged her now. And then, yeah, that will... all right. Let's rerun this so at least this one comes back up. This bottom one is going to come back up when I refresh it. So there's the chat bar. So now we're back with the chat bar. SQLite is kind of dangerous with Git if you don't have a proper setup with all the Git ignores. Yeah. Well, I think I did actually have a proper setup, but because I reset hard, it would have got rid of the file. So what I really need to do there is just like map the directory across to something outside of the inside of the path and like, you know, do all the proper stuff. This thing's still a prototype. It's still just an alpha. So it's okay that all that stuff isn't in place. You know, this is why we work these problems out on a small scale before we go to a big scale. This is why we have the whitelist, guys. All right. So there we go. We're all up and running. If these get refreshed, then we're good. Okay, cool. Cool. How you doing, Will? Good to see you. How's everything going, Will? You couldn't sleep? I'm guessing Will went to bed and then woke up again and he's back here. Hey! Hansa, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Hansda Apurba. Apurba. A-P-U-R. Apur. B-A. Apurba. Hansda Apurba. What a name. I'm going to call you Hans. Even though it's SD, not DS. Any reason for not using something like Postgres? I mean, at the moment, our whole persistence layer is really temporary. There's like, you know, it's barely something that I would, I mean, hold on. I can show you if you like. In our persistence layer, we've got like very simple entities and more importantly, our services. Our services are just like doing really simple SQL. I don't want the complexity of installing a whole other like Postgres server and setting up connection strings and stuff like that. And I also want to be able to move the data easily back and forth between like local and remote. So it makes sense for me to just be like, okay, we're just going to run this on SQLite. So yeah, I just wanted to keep it simple for now, Cerberus. You're doing good. A long ass day. Super tired and can't sleep. So here I am. Well, look, you are welcome, Will Lub. Thank you for hanging out here. Maybe I'll put you to sleep with my boring code, and you can. Okay, so yeah, I do need to be more careful, and I don't know if this is like the DevOps part is something I'm going to bother to do on stream. But one thing I definitely do want to solve right now, which isn't even going to be a code thing, is this program.cs. Like installing HTTPS here is not going to run on the local one, but it will run on the remote. So I need to figure out how to, I need to write a little bit of code here to be like, basically to say, hey, if you're running on the live server, do it with HTTPS. Otherwise, don't worry about it. Works for me. My pleasure that someone as handsome as you said my name so many times. Sorry. Thank you for the flattery. Flattery will get you everywhere. I don't feel like particularly handsome applies to me, but I'm gonna take the compliment anyway. Thanks, man. Thanks. Um, okay, that makes sense. Yeah, it's just like as you develop Cerberus, you want to like you could spend a lot of time setting up the best database system with like you know with like sharding, and we could have a whole bunch of like we could put up like what's it called like we could try and optimize it for a million users, and we can try and make the best database structure and everything. But the way that often gets you to results most quickly is just going through and doing MVP style stuff. And as soon as you start to run into friction with the thing that you've done, then you start to extend it and make it more robust, more complicated. But yeah, starting with simple things is the right way to go. Because a good example of that is what just happened with the hey Grey Goo, thank you for the follow, man. Super appreciate the follow. How are you? Welcome to the stream, man. Welcome to the community. But yeah, so if you build it up and get incrementally more more complicated with it, you save yourself struggling with the complexities as you go, right? Just keep it simple until it's what's that quote from Einstein? It's like maybe it wasn't Einstein. It was things should be as simple as they possibly can be, but no simpler. That's the right balance to try and get that design. It's this is far from boring. I would never fall asleep. I love watching your coding and watching you work. Thank you, Will. I've met Seb in real life. He's handsome. Thank you. Thank you, Goldie. Sly, yes. E equals MC squared is another famous Einstein. I wouldn't know if I don't know if I'd call it a quote, but he definitely said it. Yeah, keep it simple, stupid. Yeah, crawl, walk, run. Go with the, do little things and then make them incrementally more complicated. That's a really good way to approach it. So with that in mind, I did just delete our alpha databases with that checkout. And there is this complicated step, mostly this one here. I can't just like git pull because of this step here. And what I probably want to do with it, was that Nietzsche? Which one? The things being simple? There's a lot of quotes that people quote Nietzsche all the time and they don't realize it. Like, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. That's actually that's a Nietzsche quote, and people don't even know. They just say it all the time. But no, that's like, he was the first person to really popularize that term. But okay, so let's go in here, and step one will be. So all you'll need to do is go here. I'm just writing some instructions for Danzy so she can get up and running. app.basestreamtools.com. Then let me know. Actually, I might need to test this myself. Now that we've gone and like set up a system to... The other thing I can do, I can't do this with Danzy's, and I should just like, I should be setting up some auto backups. So when the databases get bigger, we have backups of them in case anything ever happens to the server or the data. One must learn to crawl, walk, and run before one can fly. One cannot fly into flying. Paraphrasing, of course. Right. But what if one was born on a plane? Now we're getting philosophical, Sly. Now we're getting philosophical. Yeah. Oh, that freaking Sly emote. So appropriate. Okay, so... What should we do on this thing? We could check the host name. We could, yeah, what you're supposed to do here is say like in app settings, hold on, let's even just like brainstorm a little for solutions. So, Here we go. Off into AI land. I set up I set up Olama recently to run locally, which might save a ton of tokens actually if I start to switch to that, and I can maybe even cancel my GPT subscription if it's good enough. But I haven't set that up yet. I really should set up like using the using a different LLM other than GPT. I realize like OpenAI, I'm using a lot of their ecosystem, and it does actually add up. The costs add up over time. All right, so on the live server, I want to run the code here. Copy that path. On other environments, I don't. Propose a few approaches here for how we can detect the environment and run the appropriate code. OpenAI models are pretty good, but some of the open source ones aren't bad. Yeah, no, I know what you mean, Cerberus. They still have a bit of a lead, I think. Build conflict flag. See, the thing is, I don't even want to like... This one, I actually don't mind. This might be the way to go. I host environment and look up the environment name. Set the live server's environment name to live or whatever. And guard the installer. Yep. Yep. Yeah, they definitely have a lead still. Yeah, for sure. I mean, sometimes there'll be other models that jump out and do like a particular thing really well, but I personally think GPT-5 is still the leader. Okay, so hosting environment check, runtime. Let's go with an environment variable. With an environment variable. Let's go with an environment variable. How would I change the... I mean, I even know this. So var environment. So what am I doing? I'd rather do this in here. So if environment based environment, if current environment does not equal null and current environment equals live, if current environment is null or it's not live, return. That string comparison should not always be true. Is null or current environment does not equal live, then return. Otherwise, do this. So yeah, let's have a new run. If you're using quantized versions of your local, you lose accuracy depending on the model size that you go for. The more local VRAM you have, the better. Has DeepSeek not caught up yet? I don't think DeepSeek is anywhere close to GPT-5 right now, Sly. Um, yeah, I mean, the nice thing is the Nacho PC. It's letting me do AI stuff locally, which I couldn't have done before. I really couldn't have done that on my laptop. Um, okay, so now that's up and running. So the next thing to do is what would I need to... We'll get rid of this. I'm pretty sure I know this, but we're just gonna go from instructions. Do on a Linux server to make the following true. Pass. This needs the solution. Solution needs to persist between system restarts. There we go. I use Comfy UI for standalone AI image generation. Yes, more VRAM, the better. Yeah, that's really cool, Robert. I've been wanting to play with Comfy UI. Lately, I've been doing a lot more with like N8N. I've been playing a lot with N8N, and I know that Comfy UI, it feels like a similar experience for image generation. I really would like to do that. I'd really love to do that. Especially since lately I've been having a lot of fun hosting different services and AI services. That's one thing I have to do tomorrow is I have to get one of the more powerful computers set up as a persistent server in the office. ChatGPT can give good assistance. Yeah, it's been very, very useful. It's been worth it. It's been worth it so far. But I more and more I like to host my own stuff. I really want to get my own stuff running on I don't want to depend on some other company and their servers to do things because they charge a lot. It all adds up. It adds up to a lot of money over time. And if I can self-host that, I don't mind doing a bit of the work myself and maintaining it. But AI stuff moves so fast that. But the thing is, though, I'm really wanting to start to integrate more AI into my applications. That's the next phase for this project here, guys. So the Subathon goals, I want to create a Subathon builder assistant that asks you questions about your about what you want to create, and then helps guide you to a good Subathon. That'll be an interesting project, but LLM hosting is just really compute and electricity intensive. Yeah, it is. It is. Use Envato for unlimited stuffs. I also use that. Envato. What's that? Unlimited creative assets all in one place. I don't get it. Oh, okay. So music, graphics, fonts, 3D. That's interesting. 3D models. Are these all free assets? Pretty cool if so. Shark. Envato is originated from Australia. Oh, that's pretty cool. So are they all free assets though? That's the subscribe to download. All right. And then you actually have to pay something. So that's another example of what I'm trying to avoid, Robert. I don't want more subscriptions in my life. I want less. No, it wasn't one-time payment. It was subscription, which makes sense because they'll have ongoing hosting fees, right? That's not like a one-time deal for them to set up a... I would say my sleep schedule is kind of all over the place. And I sometimes go to bed at 3 in the morning. Other times I stay up all night. So that would explain it. Yeah. I mean, it's not too late right now, 11 p.m. But if you get to bed by 12, it depends what your schedule is, Lawmaster. It depends on your schedule. All right, so you need to set that environment. Systemd service offers recommended for services. Add line and save. Yeah, okay, we're gonna go with that one. Do we still have a connection to the server? Yes, no, we don't. There it is. Whoops, didn't mean to restart that. So sudo system control edit based stream tools. Yep. All right, and is this our service? That's all commented out. Yeah, that should be working, right? What am I missing there? So let's go through all these different things that I've looked at. That one might be the one. But I need to be in the right directory for that to work. Okay. One more time with this. Let's see what's going on. Anything here will be commented below will become the contents. Anything between here and the comment below will become the contents of the drop-in file. Edits below this comment will be discarded. All right, that's pretty cool. Maybe it's like adding these. Honestly, I think I just want to edit this. So we're going to VI that. And then what it's telling me here is add a service line. We're going to add environment equals based nv equals live. We're going to write and quit and then reload. And then we're going to restart. All right, there we go. Hope that's not annoying D too much with the thing restarting all the time. That's another thing we need to do is we need to make the UI do this, like this little white box. It's a little bit disruptive. So I think we need to do something else. Just to, you know, limit the effect. Okay, what else? Standalone as in self-hosted? Hold on. Okay. What is sleep? True, Will. True. Ideally, you don't want any generative AI. Otherwise, I will cry on the inside. Oh, Goldie, I'm sorry. I'm going to be leaning into some generative AI art. It's like, I think as much as you might cry on the inside for it, it's too expensive to do. If I want to, you know, the kind of stuff that needs to happen, I think we're probably going to be doing more of that in the future. Like, but it'll be more like you remember the first stream we did, right? Where we used generative AI art in Allure, right? On that first Game Jam stream. It'll be more like that, I think. You can set up a dual RTX as a standalone AI server with more VRAM, the better. Yeah. It's I just heard something disconnect and I have no idea what it is. Literally all of his emotes and streaming art. Yeah. Don't worry, I'm already aware of the and partially fading away. Goldie, you just have to learn to embrace the tools and use them to your advantage, man. It's like all the skills you have are not going to become Like they're not going to be irrelevant. They just have to integrate with other things, right? It's I'm keeping my eyes open for well-priced used Mac Studio on the right type to set up a cluster. A Mac Studio. Mac Studios. Okay, cool. Go to AI Search YouTube channel to get standalone AI. What are you referring to there? Oh, yeah, that actually might be the VR headset charging. Is that what I'm hearing? Yeah, finally. Something going wrong with my VR headset right now, Goldie. The whole thing needs to... All right, powered it off. Yeah, Mac Studios make good local LLM hosts. Nice. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. I remember Allure fondly. I've overlooked the art because Seb put a goldfish in the game for me. Yeah, look, it's I don't know, Goldie. Like I feel you, but like at the moment, I think you need to. Maybe watching the stream will show you how powerful it can be. The fact that it's possible at all, Goldie, is kind of the like. If it's out there and others are using those things, and you're not, you fall behind. That's the reality of it. Is technology moves fast, and you have to learn to use it, or you'll suffer irrelevance. And so, but that doesn't mean that you're not going to that the things that you've learned so far aren't super powerful. They just you just have to use them in different ways. So when we get to a project that needs some art, I am probably going to be using AI art pipelines, but like I use it all the time. Thrash it. Otherwise, let them waste their money. Yeah, look, some of them are terrible. Or you can get dollars, or if you've got money, you can get some ridiculous amounts of RAM. Yeah, well, yes, true. I started using Stable Diffusion a few weeks back. Such a weird and interesting tool. I reckon it could really be powerful for some of my stuff, but I don't know how to use it properly. Yeah, right. That's pretty cool. Will. Okay, so what we were just doing, we have restarted that. We've got our local changes too now. So only install HTTPS in live environment. We're going to commit that. Give that a push. ChatGPT is projected to lose billions of dollars a year for a while. Let's just help them lose more. Ask it anything and everything. Be sure to say please and thank you to maximize token usage. That's pretty funny. That's actually hilarious, Sly. It's you're not wrong. Okay, so let's see. So in here, get status, get fetch. We need to see if this now runs. So we're going to restart it. We need to see if this runs, and if it is running, if it comes back up with HTTPS. So let's bring up a browser. basestreamtools.com, and then we'll head to login. Let's see. If I go to chat, yeah, it's all up. So that means refreshing this chat bar should work, which it does. That's good. All right, so this changes definitely work. Now, I don't need to worry about making local changes. The environment variable has functioned as it was supposed to. So that's one less thing to worry about when redeploying. And pretty sure the whitelist has worked. We can test that quickly here. So if I go here and I sign in with the Actuator Digital, sorry about flashbangs, guys. Sign in with Actuator Digital. Yeah, I'm getting the waitlist, which is good. The waitlist is pulling all the right files. Handyman, thank you. Handy Andy 63. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated, dude. Much appreciated. All right, cool. So we have, I mean, yeah, that change with the environment variables works, like is working a treat. That's really good. The restarting hopefully is going to work. Though I'm tempted to put logs in just to catch that. And like when we tune in next stream to see what happens when the thing goes down and if it comes back up on its own. So let's quickly do that. So where is it? So that returns our client. So here we go. I'm going to add logging here. So we'll wrap that like this. So console.writeLine reconnecting. And then we can also here client.onReconnected. We can console.writeLine chat reconnected. That'll help us like we can go back and look over the logs now to see for these events on the next run. So I do want to actually make that change. I'm going to stage that. So, I mean, the DevOps part of this might actually be the way to go now. Though I think I want to potentially do that offline, like, not on stream, just because there's so much messing around with like, tokens and all that other stuff. You definitely want to learn to utilize some more AI tools, but not rely on them. Just more guidance and embracing my work. I mean, yeah, if you rely completely on AI tools, Will, then you are actually going to get a little bit hamstrung. But if you use them to support your workflows, it's going to be. So I can see a potential bug with the chat down at the bottom of the screen. The previous chat is sitting behind the next one. Yeah, I see it, Goldie. It's we just need to, something went wrong with the overflow. Maybe we should fix that because it doesn't look great, does it? It really doesn't look great. Okay, so introduce logging for chat disconnection. The other thing is this reconnect here. We set it up to internally reconnect, right? So actually, where is that reconnect? It's going to be in the history because we definitely did it. Reconnect on any disconnect event. We put it here. Chat event. So it was the event that does the reconnect, right? Not in the client. So I'm not thinking clearly today because that's doing something different from what I said, right? Twitch chat event consumer. This is not doing it on any disconnection event, only the chat ones, right? Yeah. chat client. Hold on, is that what we were looking at? Twitch chat event consumer. Right, okay, so I did just make a mistake by assuming that this would be anything when it's not. This client here, what I meant to do on disconnected, we're going to underscore client dot reconnect. Now it'll really do it anyway. That's what I intended to do here. All right, there we go. We've got the logging in. Probably log for the sub stuff as well. And we don't want to reconnect there either, so... Yeah, I'm okay with this. Console.log, right line chat disconnected, client.on reconnected, chat reconnected, yep. There we go. So, for chat and sub reconnection. All right, so now we've got that logging in for those events, and we also kind of fixed this up too, because the connect now is the thing that handles the right here when we create our client. If this is really a factory though, I guess I'm kind of extending its internal behavior. I don't know if this is the best place to put this, but yeah. Servers, that's funny, man. AI is a time saver for devs when Karen told us it steals jobs. Yeah. I mean, I don't know about Karen. I think there's a legitimate case to be made about like people actually will lose their jobs if they don't adapt, and like improve, right? If they don't use the more powerful tools, then yeah, they will get left behind by the people who use the more powerful tools. Hey, Saramo89, thank you for the follow, man. I think 89, I'm guessing we're in a similar generation. I think you're the same age as me pretty much, or a year younger maybe. Nice to meet you, man. Thanks for the follow. Okay, so we've got that logging in. The thing we just set up here with the installer is working. I'm going to push that. Let's see. So let's maybe just like, we should spend some time to fix that problem because you pointed it out, Goldie. It is actually a... Okay, hold on. So we've got our horizontal chat. It was chat messages horizontal. If it's horizontal, render the horizontal one. I mean, that's not necessarily true, Sly. I think lots of jobs might change a lot and many get lost when AI comes up and like, you know, it can literally make an entire job redundant, but like computers do that. Everything does that. It's every technological improvement like improves efficiency, and that causes people who would otherwise be doing the work not to be needed anymore. So I don't think it's right to pretend that people don't lose their jobs when technology improves. Excuse me, guys, bit of hiccup here. But I mean, like, we could, you know, you could say a million, you know, let's see. It's like a million people who used to like reap and sow with the scythe lost their jobs to the combine harvester. It's like, yes, people lost their jobs because technology improved, and the same thing will happen again. But people just need to honestly, you can't stop that progress. We can be disappointed about losing a job, or you can. The only thing you can do is just adapt and progress. Right? It's like find the next thing to do. Unless you have the frameworks in place to retrain and place the workers, it's BS. Yeah, yeah, it's true. That's true. Okay, so right, why did I close that? I did actually want to work there. Um, so in the horizontal class, we're only rendering four. We're only rendering four names, and what I think we need to do probably is just make the overflow hidden. So let's copy the path here. New chat. In the following file, we only render 4 chat messages, but rather we are currently doing this because there's not enough horizontal space to show more in most cases. There are some situations, though, for instance, when 4 single emotes get dropped as messages, where we could fit in more than the 4. What I want to do here, instead of just using the last 4 messages, is limit the horizontal width of any one given message and clip any horizontal overflow. Let's go with that. There we go. Oh, yo, Blue Wings. Good to see you, man. Thank you for the resub. 7 months. Oh my God. I can't believe how long we've been streaming now. It's just such a huge surprise to me every time I see that and go like, wow, have I really been doing this that long? And I think pretty soon we're going to see some like 8-month subs come up from like Goldie and stuff. Hello, Blue Wings. How you doing? Good to see you. Thank you for the resub, man. I can't believe it. 7 months. Where's the time gone, man? Where's the time gone? It's gone so freaking fast. It's time is flying, especially with this stream stuff. It's like, time flies when you're having fun, they say. I'm definitely having fun. It's all right. So all right. So as it's appearing right now, this is good, right? If we see it's like this is 4 messages. They're all quite short. None of them getting clipped. When longer messages come up, they are overflowing. You're absolutely right, Goldie. And I think maybe this, the response to this prompt will improve the situation. And you're right to call it out because it does look pretty gross in a few cases. But yeah. The biggest problem is all the bullshit. It's being touted as if it's AGI, but it's far from it. And many businesses, etc., are building their future around it, but it's just a fancy predictive text generator for now. Yeah, true enough. Hey, thank you so much for the follow, Algus. Algasisti. Yes, that's it. I think I've got it. Good to see you, man. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you following along here. It's it's a different kind of stream. It's not everybody's flavor, but if you're following along, it's probably yours. So welcome in. All right, what changes have we got? So We're about to see if this works. This will be interesting. Okay. I guess I really actually need to see the changes here. Often, I think what it does is it changes the like return characters. See how it's like changed, like the Windows to Linux returns. I don't know why fucking. I think actually the Windows one was a bad decision. The CRLF shouldn't be that. It should just be like. It's more characters. It's wasted space. But what really annoys me is how it treats them as differences. Because now I can't tell the difference between what actually changed and you know. But let's go have a run of this thing. I'm going to turn on horizontal. This is not clipping the text as described. If I go horizontal, it's still only showing 4 messages, which is not what we wanted either. Get non-system messages. Or is it? I mean, I guess we're going to have to test, right? Test, 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 test. Yeah, it's only showing 4. Because see how the horizontal space, like, boop, got out of there. Okay, so chat messages horizontal. That renders where? Chat messages horizontal. Okay, yes. Where's the take 4 thing? Does this need to be rerun? I imagine it does. That's what the issue is. We're rerunning it. That's crazy. I'm not sure if those people were kind of doing much or if the companies are going to fall over soon. Cerberus, you mean like, you mean the companies that fired people? And, oh, yo, look, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that is still just 4 messages. One more. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's still just showing 4. Sorry for spamming the chat, guys. I'm sorry for spamming the chat. Goldie ought to ban me for that. Give me. Oh yeah, it's being touted as a final product that can fully replace people. AGI might not even be possible right now. It's just more a convenient way to retrieve information. I don't know, Cerberus. I think like as it gets better and better, it might become more and more possible. I think like a lot of people were saying it would be, doing what it can do now, and a whole bunch of people saying that'll never be possible. And like, look at it, it's happening. It's 100% happening. So like, I don't know. I'm far less doubtful than most because I thought it would happen as it has. And it's still like, it's still got a long way to go. And it's being used to replace lots of people. All the large tech firms have tens of thousands of staff so far. It's crazy. I'm not sure if those people were doing much. Now, I'm kind of like, if they can be replaced with an AI that easily, then what they were doing probably wasn't that, like, I don't know. I really do think it's something that empowers people if used right. Thank you for the ban hammer there, Goldie. Yep. I think part of why it feels different is the scale and the level of the impact it will create. In ways that we can already anticipate, it will be exponentially progressing as well. I'm with in Zeta Vim on this one. It's moving fast. It's moving fast. It seems to not only supplement but to facilitate the jobs of many, making many jobs expendable. But it also seems to broach the expendability of those who can't afford it or reuse it to adapt the technologies. Yeah. I also think I'm with you, Sly, on that. I think it's inevitable. It'll happen. It's just a matter of time. I think we won't know how it works when it comes about. That's true too. AI keeps improving. It's the worst that it will ever be right now. It's the worst it will ever be right now. Yeah. I so you're saying it's only going to get better. Yeah, absolutely. But there's a long road ahead, I think, for sure. Yeah, that's one of the biggest problems, Sly. That's one of the biggest problems that, yeah, if it's that misalignment issue, um, if it's like the worst thing it can do, like if it was designed to improve human happiness, it would be good for humanity, but it's not right now. It's designed to make people richer, right? And the people who control it just get richer, and income inequality is one of the biggest problems society faces. So it's definitely reinforcing that as an issue. It's a societal issue. It's yeah, it's a real big and concerning problem. I think you've hit the nail on the head with that, Sly. Once AI starts improving itself, we're fucked. Cerberus, to some extent, it kind of has because it's improving people's ability through using it. The people who are improving AI are improving it more. It still has humans in the loop, but it's already started to create that intelligence explosion. It's yeah, it raises existential questions for many, challenging not only their jobs, but the ability to exist as humans because of how the proprietors have demonstrated using it so far. The proprietors have demonstrated using it so far. Yeah, that's kind of it. It might be able to replace all jobs eventually. In other words, it does seem to exacerbate income inequality. Yeah, yeah. Well, I was about to say the same as Seb. Yeah, exactly. That's the real risk. It's a really really scary thing when that happens because if yeah, if it were just like I think there's a few things it needs like before it becomes super intelligent, we better figure out how to give it something like a maternal instinct. You know, it's like a mother will sacrifice for her child even though she doesn't need to, and the difference between the baby and the mother is huge. The baby's not intelligent. It's not like it can't provide anything. It can't do anything. It's just a drain on your efforts and resources. But the mother loves the child despite all of that. And I think if we can design something like that into an AI and make its goal to care for humanity rather than to make the wealthy more wealthy, then we might actually have some good that comes out of it. And we might be able to do things like universal basic income to subsidize the jobs which are made redundant. The really sad thing is people used to think that AI would be the thing that would like, we're going to have robots that fold our washing and vacuum our floors. And it's like, yeah, we do have robot vacuum cleaners. But they used to think by the robots doing all those things, we'd be free to do the creative things that we really enjoy, like make art and write stories, and that AI would never be good at that, right? That AI would never be good at human creativity. But what we actually see happening is, turns out AI is really good at human creativity, right? It's really good at that. And the things that are getting replaced in society aren't those things. They're, they're kind of like we are the people, if anything, the skills that are like, fixing cars and, doing yard work and that kind of thing. That's what AI is replacing. It's, instead of enabling okay, hold on. It's given capital a massive boost over labor at a time when capital was already drawing into more rewards than labor. Yeah. Cantrick, absolutely. Economists are taking notes with fascination for sure. Yeah. It's like there was this thing, it was this instance where like consumer confidence was really low and market growth was really high. And usually when there's this big disconnect between those two things, you get a massive recession. And what happened was all these countries' GDPs kept going up despite this index going badly. And what people are thinking has happened with that is that the fact that AI has come in and like supported so much of the workforce, like replaced so much of the workforce, and what it does, suddenly it's like, boom, we can still manage to have an increase in GDP, even though all these other indicators would go down because society is becoming that much more productive. It's a weird thing. So all the economic models, they don't really apply in the way that they used to because there's a new force. It's a bit like the agricultural, no, yeah, kind of like the agricultural revolution, but I was going to say the industrial revolution. It's like suddenly the productivity of a given person was enhanced so much that like it just explodes. So now, all the old economic principles no longer applied. Indirectly, yes, but imagine if it could just improve itself recursively without needing humans in the loop to sleep and eat. You're 100% right, Cerberus. They call that the intelligence explosion. It was coined by Nick Bostrom in a book, Superintelligence. He kind of predicted this for the first time. And it's a real concern. It's a real concern. Proprietors equals basically the developers, owners, investors backing the technologies. Right. Love is irrational. How do we create something irrational that's not crazy? That's put that on a coffee cup, Cerberus. Put that sentence on a coffee cup. That's pretty deep. You can buy an AI robot to do your cleaning and fold your clothes now. But what you will get is a remote controlled bot that's just learning and using your home to test and train while it's got a human operator. Yeah, I know. I saw that, Sly. It's pretty interesting. It's like $20,000 and you can get a thing. It's a bit of an invasion of privacy, but I mean, how else are they going to learn and train? Tradies have a much better job security than developers do right now. Yeah, to some extent. But if you like, developers need to adapt and embrace the tech. And I think there still needs to be people for a long while driving the AIs. That it's like, you can't completely do this. Like, all the great stuff can't be done without human, a human in the loop. We think of the value of the dollar and its risks of inflation becoming devalued but unable to buy as much as the same. But someone mentioned the devaluation of labor as a result as well. I don't necessarily know about that in Zeta Vim. I think, like, if anything, the labor is going to become more expensive because even if they're paid less, if anything, the rates. I don't know that I agree with the devaluation of labor. I think as the currency devalues, the labor stays valuable, and that's why the currency devalues, because the same cost per unit of labor like holds, right? You still need to pay a person the same amount to do the same amount of labor because they need to like put a food over there. They put a food over their heads. Like, put food on head. No, they need to put a roof over their heads. They need to put food on the table. Like, those things become more expensive. And so now the cost of labor must go up in order in order to match the devaluation of the currency. It's, yeah, that's hilarious. Pay us to use you for R&D. Yep. But I mean, if their R&D delivers value, then it's a smart business move, right, Cerberus? Just look at the financial circle jerk between OpenAI and Oracle. Yeah, a lot of that is probably, that's where there's a bubble, I'd say, where these companies are like artificially inflating it, like loaning themselves money, and like it's all, those things may well collapse. But the underlying value of the technologies that they are creating will hold, I think. You may live to see man-made horrors beyond your comprehension, Nikola Tesla. Yep. I just want one of those joy toys from Cyberpunk 2077. They seem fun. If you know, you know. What is that? What is that, Goldie? I have no idea what that is. I don't know. It's a great move for the company. The consumers are getting shafted, though. I don't know. Like, are they getting shafted if it actually delivers value? If it's actually doing, like, if it's actually doing all of their housework and stuff like that, to some people, it may be worth 20 grand. If rich oil countries like Saudi Arabia start accepting other currencies like yen and dollar, we will be in trouble. Yeah, well, I think more and more that'll be the case. Don't look it up. All right. I won't, Goldie. The main risk of labor devaluation is if unemployment keeps rising. The Industrial Revolution saw the same thing. There's a floor at which you have to pay someone to be sustainable, but you can't tear down wages above that floor if there are lots of skilled workers chasing jobs. Yeah. But I don't think the value of labor will devalue because of inflation, right? Because if anything, the cost of labor will go up. That's what I would think, Cantrick, but maybe I'm missing something important in that equation. It already happens? Yeah, okay. So, and maybe there's something I'm missing. It sounds like Robert's agreeing with you, Cantrick. To clarify, that was just one of the lols, right? I don't know what those robots are, but if only the capitalists adopted the same logic that you just described. I mean, I don't think, I think it's not a capitalist decision. It's a fundamental economic reality, right, Zim? Or Vim? It's like it's just built into the way that, you know, a person has a certain set of needs. If those needs become more expensive, the amount that they'll charge for them is going to increase. And unless there's something to replace those, like the fulfillment of that labor, the costs of labor must go up. I don't see how it could be anything but that. I would only wish that housing and living costs were consistently tied to increasing wages. Yeah, very true. But the past 5 years have shown that disparate of those two things, wages haven't kept pace with inflation. No, they haven't. They haven't. And honestly, like in my company, I haven't been able to increase wages because the company hasn't been that much more profitable, right? So that's where the hard, you know, that's where the immovable object meets the unstoppable force, is where, like, you know, the cost of living keeps going up and the revenue of a company stays stable and the currency deflates. It's like, you know, then people are just earning less because the companies can't pay more if they're, it's a hard thing, you know. It depends what industry you're in, but this is why I think the income inequality was such a problem, right? I had friends that used to work at Oracle. Let's just say that they didn't have an enjoyable experience. True. Yes, agreed. Inflation will affect the basic price of labor. No one will take a job that doesn't pay enough to be worthwhile even to do. Exactly. But you can reduce wages for more expensive jobs if there's an excess competition. That's true too. Very true too, Kendrick. Yeah. If there's supply and demand of jobs, it's like if everybody wants a job, you can just, you know, if somebody will undercut you, then the cost of that work will go down. As in the title sponsor for Red Bull? What are we talking about here? But it's slightly different. Inflation has outpaced wage growth for the last 2 decades. Yeah, it's a real problem. It's a real problem. And I think income inequality is one of the biggest issues there, right? It's in the last 2 decades, we've also seen the distribution of wealth shift from the middle class to the upper class, and in a really significant way to the super wealthy. There's like the top 20% of wealth exceeds the, what was it? It was like the top 20% of people have more wealth than the lowest 80%, and then you can zoom into the top 20%. The same thing is true, and it keeps going like further and further and further until it's like, it's a real problem. All right, we've been yapping a lot of yapping here, guys. But interesting subjects. I didn't want to leave all those chat messages unread, but I'm going to do a bit more code for a bit. Okay, so I think I need to go spam a little more. So I'm going to put 4 tests in. I should be able to read 5 tests here because we're not, like, if I go to the history, this used to say like take 4, right? We used to be operating on the last 4 messages. Where are we? There it was. Take the last 4. Without that, we should be able to support more than 4 messages. So 1, 2. Hold on. So yeah, we should be able to support way more than that. So it's still doing take 4s somewhere. Unless I didn't rerun. It seems like I didn't rerun, but I don't know why. I definitely did, right? Yo, look at that. Did you see that in the... Did you see that in the... It said chat disconnected a bunch of times there. That's interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4 still. Yeah, look, it's still not doing that. It's still only showing 4 messages. Where is that coming from? So if it's horizontal, chat messages horizontal. There's our chat state. Get non-system messages. Okay, what's limiting this to 4? That's really interesting. This should have support for way more than that. Chat messages horizontal. I think I'm gonna have to put a breakpoint here and just like watch what happens when I step over it. That's what I mean by the capitalists. Even if it's the natural process of the market at work, the billionaire class establishes the policies which work in their favor, i.e. towards greater inequality. Thank you so much for entertaining the discussion. No problem at all in Zeta Vim. I do find this kind of conversation really, really interesting, honestly. Oh, yo, look at this. What's all this? It's like spamming the console with chat disconnected. What's going on here? Look how much it's doing. It's like a lot. It's going to fill up the logs pretty damn quick. Is it working though? What's causing the disconnection? Exactly. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, hold on. Chat disconnected. Hold on. What was that? That's chat. This is subs. So that was a mistake. It's probably the fact that I set it up to connect. If it disconnects, it should retry. It might be a little too aggressive. We might need to put some kind of like weight in the loop. Yeah, okay, that's a real issue. What the hell is happening there? Especially since it's still updating, right? So I don't think it is disconnected. All right, that's a problem. So this reconnects. So undisconnected, reconnect. Client on reconnected. All right, there's something like seriously wrong behind the scenes there. I'm glad I put that logging in because it might have been doing this the whole time. All right, one thing at a time, one thing at a time. Let's refresh this page because that should hit our breakpoint here. Horizontal. No breakpoint. We are debugging. Horizontal, pop that out. Why is this breakpoint not hitting? All right, let's go further up. Oh, well, lol. No wonder that, yeah. All right. Chat, horizontal. Now we hit our breakpoint. All right, let's turn those other breakpoints off. I was using the live server, which is why those breakpoints weren't hitting before. So here's our chat message. Now bow down to your AI overlords. Who said that and when did I see that? I didn't see that message. It's Sly a while ago, I'm guessing. Okay. There we go. So now this is the... No wonder the code wasn't like updating. So start to end. Okay, now it's actually working like I expected it to. All right, so that's good. That's good. So that change worked. We see it working here, but now when we set it live, it'll work across the bottom there. So, man, I was faffing about looking at a problem that wasn't working for a while there, where it was working the whole time. All right. So, allow... I mean, one thing that could be an issue here is a really long message. So this is a test for a really long message. Is it getting truncated? Yes, it is. So that's getting cut off. That's good. That's exactly what we want. That is exactly what we want. So yeah, okay. I'm going to call this working. That's a win. Okay, I'm gonna unstage that because allow more than 4 horizontal messages with truncation. All right, let's look into this connection error issue. Let's go to our console. Is that not rerunning? Hold on. Is that because of debug? We're about to find out. Okay, those are connected. When does it start spamming disconnect? If ever. Hello, Mondo. How you doing? Good to see you, man. Okay, it doesn't take long, but it starts just like... Chat disconnected. It never says it reconnects. What on earth is happening? But it is working, right? It is working because... So, one more test. You're the GOAT. No, dude, you're the GOAT, Mondo. Thank you for saying so. Oh, that's... Freaking... What is this emote? What is this emote? That's hilarious. Is that out? Nell, yep, it's Nell. It was good to see Nell yesterday and spend some time with her. I love the Nell emote. Yeah. Nell's she's a real nice person. She can be a really nice person. All right, so... So this is working, even though in the console we're getting this crazy spam. So let's see. So in the console... Actually, look at this. Copy that. In the console, I see the following. However, I notice that everything seems to be functioning fine. I'm getting chat messages. I'm getting chat events raised properly. So it seems as though it's definitely disconnected. Not disconnected. One thing we can do to help debug this is put a breakpoint. Let's go with the chat one. Chat disconnected. Debug this and see what happens. Now's volume to height ratio is very impressive for sure. He's saying she's short but very loud. It's funny. Maybe true. Maybe true. Okay. So not much of a stack trace, is it? Twitch chat event consumer. So, I mean, the console is constantly being filled up with these kind of messages. However, I noticed definitely not disconnected. What is causing this event? These events to be raised like this? Is there some kind of error happening that I should be aware of? Or should I just remove this console log? It seems like there's something wrong there. Her witch laugh. I didn't realize she has a witch laugh. Can be a nice person. You're saying that she's not a nice person, though she can be? I mean, everybody's not always nice all the time, but I don't think that we're not saying that Nell's not a nice person here. That's not what's being said. Absolutely not. All right. How are we going with thinking? It's yeah, that's an interesting error. Undisconnected handler, you added yourself in the consumer's firing. It's the undisconnected handler you added yourself in the consumer's firing all the time. The factory wires undisconnected reconnect. So whichever Twitch lib sees a brief socket drop, very common with ARC, it raises undisconnected. Okay. So the factory immediately reconnects. The reconnection is fast enough that you keep receiving chat sub-events, so it still works. Nothing's actually broken, it's just noisy. If you don't care about those routine reconnects, either remove the console right or wrap it behind a debug log. If they disconnect this frequently, the intention of this new line was to make sure that if the... Whoa. The intention of this new line was to ensure that if... What the hell's happening there? Did you see that? I'm like hands-free. I'm going to try it one more time. The intention of this new line... What? I didn't press enter. This should never do that. This is like Microsoft's chat system. If it's doing enter, that's a problem. Look, Ma, no hands. Oh. Blue Wings might have got it. Blue Wings has got it. He's figured it out. It's slash N or the return character or enter. It's because I'm saying new line. It's like submitting it. That's a problem. That's a problem. I think Blue Wings is onto it. It's because I said new line. Hold on. Let's test it. This is a test. I'm going to say a whole bunch of stuff that's irrelevant. And now I'm going to say new line. New feature? I don't think so. I don't think so. That's crazy. That's a crazy bug. How crazy is that? That's so if you say new line, it submits it. That's a bug for sure. That is not a feature. Not a feature. Are you not sanitizing it? What the fuck? I know, right? That's pretty wild. That's pretty wild. Microsoft, pick up your game, man. All right, so now there's a whole bunch of spam here. Thank you for messing up my context and wasting my tokens. Okay, so now we're going to say this without new line. The reason I handled this reconnection on disconnect event was to ensure that when the connection dropped for whatever reason, it wasn't disconnected. It seems as though this disconnected event doesn't matter though, because if I left the code as it was without this reconnect, it still continues to function. I need to make sure that if for whatever reason the disconnect occurs, I still resume the old behavior, bring the connection back up, and progress as usual. It seems like undisconnected is not an actual full system disconnect. And if it automatically reconnects or something along the lines, I'm not seeing anything come up in the logs. If I disconnect the disconnect, well, does not actually represent disconnection, closed connection. And if it automatically reconnects to something along, I'm not seeing in the system logs. Help me understand the problem that's happening here. How should I ensure that if I'm disconnected from Twitch, I automatically reconnect? Try Goldie's suggestion. Can you say next sentence? I think, I'm guessing what happens is new line turns into a slash enter, which is the same as like a return, like a hitting the enter key. But, you know, we'll try it. Maybe one of the 10,000 employees they sacked had it in their backlogs to... Yeah, maybe. Maybe Slay, who knows? Could be, could be. Yeah, I'll try that in a minute. I'll just let it have a think about what we're... Okay, hold on. That finished rather quickly. You're seeing the expected Twitch behavior. The IRC gateway drops idle WebSocket sessions fairly often. Twitch lib fires undisconnected each time that drops. When it's an internal reconnect loop kicked off by the handler you added, immediately calls reconnect and restores the session. Because the reconnect completes quickly, you will receive chat sub events. So everything looks healthy, even though the logs are filled with disconnects. If you remove that call, Twitch lib can still reconnect sessions on its own. It has built-in retry logic, which is why you didn't notice the functional regression. Keeping your explicit reconnect handler just guarantees the retry happens right away. It's safe to leave it, but you don't need to treat every undisconnect as a fatal failure. Instead, treat undisconnected as a warning. Maybe add backoffs counter if you want to detect rapid fire disconnects. Use onReconnected to confirm the reconnect succeeded. Log there is info level if you need visibility. Watch on connection error and optionally on error on log for actual problems. If those fire repeatedly without matching on reconnected, that's when you'd alert a restart. Okay, so you can keep auto reconnection handler for resilience, but denoise the logs. I'm noticing that if this system is left running for hours at a time, sometimes it stops consuming those events. This is why the change was introduced. It seems I misunderstood how disconnect and reconnect works in the system, and so we may need a different approach. The goal here is to make sure that we continue to receive events, even when something goes wrong. Propose changes that could be made to achieve this. But the subs also disconnects. Does that run on IRC? All of it runs on IRC under the hood, Cerberus. Yeah, surprisingly, but yeah. Twitch is all built on that protocol. To harden the consumer so it keeps processing after long routines. I'm going to speed read this and not read it out loud, guys. Heartbeat watchdog. Ugh. The background time. I don't like that one. Nope. Wrap the Twitch client in your own small service that can dispose of the old client. Construct a fresh one. Instead of logging, count how many times it happens in a short window. No, I don't like this. I don't like any of these suggestions. Unconnection error might be what we actually need. I don't think it's tokened because we already have our OAuth flow that automatically reconnects those tokens. All of these suggestions seem kind of rubbish, if I'm being honest. Think longer and reconsider some other options. Perhaps do some research to see how others have handled this. Yeah, I think it's a line break crazy. Would never have guessed that. Me neither. I think that's just bad design. Honestly, it's not a good design. Did that change to high? I don't think that did any research though. I don't know if this has access to like to the internet. But anyway, the latest TwitchLib has re-listen async or auto re-listen flags for pub sub similar to auto recovery. When enabled, they'll apply listener subscriptions after reconnect. This avoids connected but silent state that sometimes follows from a reconnect storm. Okay. Scheduled recycle. I mean, we're kind of doing this automatically by restarting the entire session, like the entire server. Upgrade or patch. All the TwitchLib build has a few issues with reconnect. I mean, we can look into that. We can see if we have a newer version of TwitchLib. So where are we? Properties. No, we want to go to NuGet here. TwitchLib, I don't think we have any newer versions. This is the most up-to-date version. So, re-listen async. Show me what would look like if we made this change. I kind of agree with Kaz about this chair. If you sit in it long enough, it can become a little bit uncomfortable on the tailbone, which is weird because you would think that this chair would never have any issues. But here we are. Here we are. And it's only been like, what, 3 hours sitting in the chair? That's something else. Okay. If you pivot the subscriber pipeline to Twitch's pub subclient, relisten async becomes your reapply all topics hook. All right, so pattern looks like this. Go ahead and make this change. All right, we'll see. We'll see if it still works, and we'll just run it and try it for a while. If it works, it works. Okay. Yeah, we'll let that run. Oh. Now we're talking about how Twitch sends data. Hold on. Is it a good design just not for coding? It's good for dictation though. Good for dictation. We're talking about, yeah, at the moment we're dealing with like crazy. We're looking at how, oh, no, I see what you mean. I see what you mean. What Crazy's saying is might be right. Like maybe saying new line will put it like, will move you to a new line and something like, something like, say I was in this window and I was dictating, the new line thing might work. So let's try it. Like, this is a test. We're going to have a whole bunch of text on this line. New line. New line. Look what it did. Look what it did. I think something is seriously broken here. New line. Why did it copy the text that I just said? New line. It's duplicating text for some stupid reason, new line. But it didn't do it. Oh, yes, it did. New line. New line. New line. New line. Why is there a 0 in here? New line. Okay, that's whack. This is wild. What the hell is it doing? I didn't ask it to do that at all. For some reason, because I said the word new line, it's broken out of the... Yo, this is crazy. What the fuck? Okay. So just never say new line when using Microsoft's text-to-speech. Yeah, thank you for the clip, Goldie. That's just whack. Okay, yeah, nice. Nice job. Never say new line after Windows key H because shit gets wild. Yep. Well done, Microsoft. Well done. That's wild. That's so broken. Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the sub there. Annalyn, I really appreciate that. Hello, how are you doing? You've just witnessed us discover a wacky bug in Microsoft's freaking basic, like, they shouldn't ship things like that. That's wild. Slow clap. Yeah, slow clap for Microsoft there, guys. Slow clap for Microsoft. That's just crazy. All right, while we're waiting for that, let's see. So we can probably update this with the live one. So this can go app.basedstreamtools.com. No goals yet. That's true. We haven't made any goals on the website. Um, so, I mean, we could do that. Bugs do evolve. Yeah, but that bug was kind of wild. We noticed it when we were typing in here. I was describing new line, and it like, I just wanted to use the word, and it like entered my text. It's the wildest thing. It's the wildest thing that would be broken like that. It's That's just hilarious. All right, how are we doing? It's still having a good think about this, which is fine. I'll let it think. We'll let it think. We'll have a chat. We'll catch up. Just you and me chat. We'll spend some time saying hi. Um, or we could create like I don't know, the Subathon builder. I think it could be a good idea to build something that like, you know, so I think like an actual conversational type of AI that builds subathons and like asks you a bunch of questions about like your brand and all that other stuff would be really cool. It'd be really cool to see that here. Um, would be next level. Would be next level to do that. I mean, we could even do a bit of design on this. Um, what are the kind of questions that we would need to ask? The other thing we could do, it would might make this tool really, really good, even though it would use a bunch of tokens, is get people's things like their subs, their chat history, their, there's a lot of like useful things that we can get out of that. That would go into informing what a good subathon for a particular streamer might look like. Um, Ultimately, it's up to them to make their own decisions about it, but like could be really fun because there are some like really cool things that anybody can do in a subathon, right? Um, Another thing I noticed with the chat is that it ignores stream elements, but not the other bot commands that you're going to add options to filter out the bots individually. Yeah, maybe. That's a good idea in case you want to leave a bot that can speak in on-screen chat about the ability to filter out commands. Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Crazy. It's not a bad idea. I think even just like filtering out, I mean, the thing is, Goldie, with like that chat history, you would just use it to get a sense of what kind of content the creator makes, right? It's we got a bunch of exclamation mark gamble and then all the replies when D was using it. What's exclamation mark gamble? I don't know that one, Crazy. That must be something you guys have set up there because it's designed to filter out, at the moment, it filters out stream elements replies. But it could filter out other bots. We could create something that allows you to choose like who to filter. Um, I'm just accounting for the weirdos in chat as all. Yeah, the thing is though, like if your stream gets a bunch of weirdos in chat, that might actually inform, the style of your subathon, surprisingly. But if anything though, it's not going to be really, it's going to be using it as kind of in aggregate. It's, might be good tool to find the weirdos. That's true too. Yo, Danzy D rating with 56 viewers. That's kind of huge. That's kind of a big raid, Danzy. Well done. Hope you're having a great stream. Sounds like you're having a fantastic stream. Like claps. That's awesome. Speaking of weirdos, how is everyone doing? How are you all? Thank you for the raid. We're kind of just chatting as we wait for AI to do a thing. We're in the process of working on the Subathon thing. It's Ali raid. No, very funny, Ali. Very funny. I mean, Danzy, How are you doing? You're welcome. How was your stream? Tell me about it. What was going on? Did you get some raids yourself? It was good. Yeah, I'm sure it was good. Did you what were you doing? Give me the play. How'd it go? Your chat went funny. Yeah, I was sorry. I was working on it. Did you see my message in Discord? You got a big raid. Nice. Nice. That's the first time I've called her Danzy. For me, she will always be Rachel. Well, yeah. But I mean, you know, streamers have their handles, they have their names, they have the things we played AoE 2 and I'm getting some training. Nice. That's really good. That's really good. You're going to lock in and go for that, like, get real good, go for the ranks and stuff. That's I'm into it. I think it's a good idea. I know that it turns it into be like, makes it more serious and all that, but at the same time, can be good. Okay, so this thing is basically an entire rewrite, which could be good, could be bad. All right, which one did it do here? Did it do both? Twitch sub event consumer. Oh, it's hard to figure out there. I am at the link that you sent me. Yeah, okay. All you need to do there, D, is maybe I should just get you on Discord. All you need to do there is do the restart thing. Sorry, like just sign up again. No side-by-side compare? Yeah, I mean, okay, hold on. We're getting a call. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
You said maybe I'll give you a call on Discord, so I just thought I would.
All right, cool. Good stream. Looks like you raided with like 50 people. It's like, whoa. It's exciting.
Yeah, I don't know. My thing was telling me it was 30, but I mean, when you were like 50 people, I was like, oh shit, was it?
Yeah, it's a good raid. It's a good raid.
Thank you. No, it was I was lucky enough to be rated as well, so that was
Yeah. That makes a big difference. Seems like it was a great stream though. Hold on. Let me see if I can.
It was fun.
You're getting some like training? People teaching you how to
Yeah, there's
AoE?
this really good Age of Empires player, and he is training me to do some Age of Empires.
That's a sick collab. That's really good.
So good.
That's
He's not
exciting.
collabing. He's just on like he's just yeah, he doesn't stream.
Oh, I thought
But
you
he
said he
just
was a
promotes
streamer, or he's just a good player.
he's a good player.
Right.
He like watches stream and awesome.
Nice.
So good.
That's
But
really
it is
good.
mentally draining. So fatiguing, like learning stuff, but also just like
Yeah.
oh my god, this hard game. It's hard
Hell
game.
yeah. That's exciting. I'm really excited for you. Okay.
Thank you.
So
How's it been going?
it's going good. It's going good. But I did make some changes to the stream tools, and all I need you to do is to go to that link and then to hit the login button. Can you share your screen as well? I want to see what happens because this is also testing another thing that we put in, which is reconnection. Do you mind if I put you on my stream?
Cool. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, so that just worked, did it? You didn't hit any other... All right, well, that's it then. All done.
I clicked authorize.
Yeah, that's everything it needed.
Authorize whatever.
Yeah. Did you click chat on?
So if I do the chat,
Sorry?
it's still unhappy. Chat's still unhappy.
Show me your OBS for a moment, if you don't mind. Can you select that window in your OBS? And then just refresh it. So hit cancel there in the bottom right, and then hit refresh. Okay. All right, give me just a minute. All right, it's restarting, which,
Ooh, see some movement.
yep, you can see some movement. We need a better like restarting thing than the big white box. The big white box is not a good look.
Yeah, it's not too bad.
Yeah,
I
it's
mean,
not great
hopefully
though.
people won't see this too often. But hopefully people won't see that too often, you know?
Yeah, yeah, but when it does, like you want it to be subtle, not like everything's broken, because then at least like on a person stream, you know, if you tune into mine, you can see I've got a white box up there and a white box down here, and then you're seeing the white. Everybody sees the white box. It's suboptimal. All right, it's refreshed, so we can see your main window is back, and now if you refresh your OBS, you should be okay.
Okay, so refresh.
Yeah, there we go. And there's a fresh history too, by the way. So you'll need to see more chat. I'll send you a message on your stream. Oh my God, I'm so backlogged on messages from chat. Sorry, chat. Okay. Click on the link. You give us your pin in the... What? No. No, I'm not sending her suspicious links. All right, there we go. Seeing Goldie spamming the test. That's working. A-okay. All right, so it's all good again.
Okay,
Sorry about that. Love your icons on the right side, by the way.
Thank you. I love them too. Any chance you want to change the color of people's text? People's names,
Yes, we can add that feature for sure. We can add that feature for sure.
Excellent.
All right. Cool.
Perfect. That is perfect. Thank you very much. It is yeah, when it is working, when you haven't played around with it, it is looking fabulous.
Yeah, I'm sorry about the issues with it. It's the other thing we should do.
It's fine. It's slippery is just what we're saying.
Yeah. The other thing we should do, guys, is help Danzy do a subathon. Don't you all think that would be pretty freaking good? I think we should design one, and then are you ready for a sleepless, stressy thing where you plan a whole bunch and then stay up and do crazy activities for like 3 days straight?
I mean, I'm happy. I don't think I've got a big enough following to get like a proper sub. I feel like it will last like an hour, and then I'll be like, oh yeah, cool.
Nah.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Nah, I don't think so. And so what if it does? Like 12 days of Christmas is coming up. Exactly. What about on the first day of Christmas? You can have a Christmas subathon. Wouldn't that be awesome? It's
Listen, I'm happy to do a subathon at some point. I just don't know if it will be overly successful, but I'm happy to give it a go.
I don't know.
The new way that you've told me about doing it.
Yeah, it's far less stress and pressure with this other system. It's but yeah. Well, yeah, I miss her. How's she doing?
Great. She's perfect.
Yeah.
She's so perfect.
Can't
she's
disagree. But yeah, I got invited to another conference on like the 5th. I might be trying to get a last minute plane if they're not too expensive, but
yeah, that's great. Yeah, cool.
Yep. Yeah, Sykes right. It just needs one nacho. Yeah, that sometimes happens. And if it doesn't, it doesn't. And then it's just a normal stream. But, yeah. It's like Beetlejuice. You say his name 3 times and blah, suddenly a wild nacho appears. Nacho spins in the chat. Yeah, can we get some nacho spins in the chat, guys? That's hilarious. You spawned him. I spawned a nacho. That's it. But no, the Subathon tools are looking pretty good. Have you seen them yet? I'll show you them really quickly. Because I don't have my app.basestreamtools.com. So now we've got the goals feature. And am I showing my screen? I'm not, am I? Let me share my screen so you can follow along.
You are sharing your screen.
Am I
You are.
on
Well, I'm
Discord?
looking at your. I'm looking at your Discord. No, 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 you're not. But
All right.
I'm watching your thing.
You're watching my, yeah, okay. So there's like, you can add goal groups. So you can be like, day, day one. And this is a thing that I think I want to make an AI tool to help design these. And then you can say, would be, marbles on stream after 50 subs or 40 subs maybe. And then it would be Sadie walk
That's so cool.
after 100 subs. And then it would be...
Doc self after 2 subs.
what was that?
Doc self after 2
Doc,
subs.
doc self after... Then you can move it up to be like, all right, that's the first one. After 2 subs, you'll dock yourself. And after the... yeah, but see how it like cascades down? So you can kind of,
Yeah.
yeah, and then you can go by like, and then
Long and lat reveal.
it would be day 2 could be, I don't know, like IRL market stream. Is that the goal group? Whoops.
Market stream.
Day 2. And then you add that.
True.
That would be like after like 1:30. And so the idea is that after you build all this, you can go to the goals overlay, which I still have to actually hook up. Actually, yo, what happened there? Whoops. Goals overlay. Oh man, this is actually not working. Why? So I actually do have a, maybe it needs to be deployed still. There's some changes which need to be deployed, but yeah, you get the idea. Then that turns into like a thing that appears on your UI. And so that kind of incentivizes people to like, use the different stuff and, get it all done like that. But anyway, I'll let you go. You ended your stream because, yeah. It could be cool.
Yeah, it would be awesome. I mean, I don't think it would be overly successful me doing Subathon at this stage, but I mean, with your tools, I'll give it a go.
I don't know. You'd be surprised. It might work quite well. The leaderboard's like another really good thing that adds a lot of, the sub leaderboard. Then this thing, you can put that on screen as well. But that does remind me. So I do need to get this thing working.
In a general thing, that would be good.
Oh yeah, I mean you can use this already if you want. Let's set that up. Yo, no. Oh man. Well, look, this is the effect the leaderboard sometimes has. Is boom, suddenly 100 subs. Holy shit, Nacho! Thank you.
God, Nacho.
Oh my, yeah. Oh my God is right. Where's the straight to the top of that leaderboard? That's something else, man. That's something else. Thank you, man. Thank you, Nacho. Thank you. It's, we don't do that. Yeah. Can I please thank Jess is leading the charge. Can I get some freaking nachos in the chat? Nachos in the chat, guys. Thank you so much. I'm renaming myself to Token Error so I can appear at the top of the stream sometimes. Oh man. I mean, look, there were lots of token errors with, there were lots and lots of token errors with the stream that we did on Fruities. But now that we're hosted live, I think those token errors are going to disappear. We'll replace them with different errors, better errors. That's always the problem. It's a continually making progress, making better and better errors as we go. AI errors, exactly, Nacho, exactly. Thank you, man. I just can't believe how much you support me and Danzy and Fass and everyone. You're amazing, man. You really are an amazing human. Thank you for everything you do. I can't say it enough. It really makes the stream I would do this just for fun, but it makes me really reconsider how much I put into this. And I don't know if you've been speaking to Goldie and stuff lately, but you're going to be supporting way more people than just me with this kind of thing, dude. I'm gonna start to reinvest the things that you're putting into the stream to try and make it grow in other really important ways. So like I really appreciate it. No sweat, brother. We should meet sometime. Absolutely, we should meet sometime. It's not a parasocial thing, Nacho. I think with I think we're just we spend enough time hanging out and talking about stuff. It's you you it's not a I really appreciate having you on my side and the support that you give the stream, dude. I really really do. But yeah, sorry Danzy. I think you get it. I had to. That needs to be addressed. I can't just like tune out to that. But yeah. So the leaderboard's good. The leaderboard works. That's nice. That's a feature that's not broken.
And now we know that for sure.
And now we know that for sure. Yes. So that's a win. But
Alright, I do need to sleep though. But awesome,
no, all good.
Stream.
All good.
I'll chat to you tomorrow.
All right, till then, sleep well.
You too. Bye.
Bye. All right. So, let's see. Thank you, Nacho. That's incredible, man. Yeah, we should catch up sometime really soon. The other stuff that we were texting about, that's well on its way. I think I got to follow that up pretty soon, and then we'll see what happens with that. But yep, I'm sure he knows he's saying it ironically. Nah. Oh yeah. I spoke to Scorptech yesterday, the equipment, and they're like, "Are you building a crypto farm?" Yeah. Yep. It's you could be building a crypto farm with all the stuff that you've been throwing into stuff. It's like, oh my God. Thank you, Nacho. Those 100 subs, they go a real long way. I'll tell you later what plans I've got for it. So how you doing, Dolly? Next time I'll kiss back, Goldie. Yeah. If we ever meet, we will kiss. Oh wait, that already happened. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Made a song about hashtag. Yeah, look. Hold on. Getting messages. Getting messages from somebody else. Hold on. Let's see. So much going on. Too many things going on. Got to stop looking at messages. Focus on stream. Incredible. Thank you, Nacho. So, all right, we kind of just found an issue, right? We just found an issue. If we go to goals, and first issue is there's no way to like pop out the overlay, right? And then the goals overlay, if I go /overlay, it's not loading the goal information into here, which is, that's an issue. How was it working before? It definitely was working before. I'm not sure. Yo, Forever Wolf, thank you. You're really like jumping on. You're increasing that hype train, man. That's huge. Another 5 subs. Thank you, man. What a win. What a freaking win. All right, hold on. We need to up the ante of this music, I think. That's oh, man, what a W. Thank you, Forever Wolf. How you doing, man? You've been lurking there in the background. Thought you'd just jump in. Nachos inspired you to throw down and throw some subs in. What music? Hold on. You can hear the music, can't you, Goldie? You can. You can't hear anything? I see audio Spotify coming up here in the volume mixer. Tell me you can hear it, right? You can hear it. I'm guessing actually maybe you can't. Is there something wrong with the audio, Goldie? You would be trolling. Oh, it's really quiet? All right. Maybe it's because people were saying it was too loud before. How's that? All right. Very faint. Damn it. That means this whole stream has just been me yapping. Much better? All right, good. Well, I'm glad that there were still vibes in here, even though music wasn't coming through. Yeah, I have no clue in coding, so I'm lurking, but it's very awesome to see what you do for others too. No, thank you for like, and dude, another anonymous gifter. Thank you. An anonymous gifter is actually the name of the person, or is it actually an anonymous gifter? I feel like it's probably, I don't know, I don't know. The music was coming through. Goldie is just death. All right, good. I feel better that I wasn't letting you all get the quiet there. Oh, hold on, I'm getting heaps of messages now. Okay. So this is an issue, right? No goals yet, because we definitely have goals. So we need to use the localhost version of this. So let's start there. Let's start there. Run this. I think these subathon tools, they need a run. They need an actual run, which means somebody has to do a subathon. To be fair, I'm using my broken speakers right now instead of my headset. Yeah, so it checks out. Fair. All right, so here's our leaderboard. Sorry, here's our goals. And if I go goals overlay, no goals yet. All right, that's worth checking out. What's going on there? Goals overlay. Goals overlay. There we go. So, okay, goal state sync. Maybe it's, oh, of course, because we don't have the username. Yo, duh. That's obvious. That's so obvious. I should have known that. All right, there we go. So now the goals overlay is working. Let's get rid of the fruit. We kind of know we need to do it, right? So goals overlay page, goals state sync, yes. And that feeds into goals. That feeds into, I mean, somewhere in here we're going to have the fruit, right? The fruit's going to be in one of these components, and it's going to be probably the goal progress bar. This is where the strawberry emote icons are. So this is the bit that needs to go. I think the whole thing will actually go, and then all of the strawberries as well. They were good for Lufu's stream, but the time is now to get rid of them. All the strawberries, boom, be gone. All right, no more strawberries, no more strawberry emote. This emoji, actually, I think the emoji doesn't even make sense. Though, what do you guys think? Should we have some kind of like, I mean, Goldie was saying we should have something that's, yo, thank you for the follow. And Jack the Mage, I really appreciate that, man. Welcome to the community. Pushing up the follows, man. We've actually done so many follows this stream. And damn, like that. A level 12 hype train. 10% of your community contribute to the total of 106 sub gifts and 0 bits. No, that's nuts. Really? I got a free sub, I got a follow. Yeah. You've got to thank Nacho for that. Again, guys, can I get some freaking nachos in the chat? I can't believe Nacho keeps supporting this stream over and over and over. I keep waiting for the other shoe to drop and to be like, you know, for it to like stop, but it doesn't stop. He just keeps supporting and supporting and supporting and supporting. It's amazing. It's really amazing. Nacho man, abso-freaking-lutely. It's it's the next level thing, isn't it? Okay, so this chat disconnected message, that was working in the background. Hopefully while we were thinking this entire time. So we've made some changes. We've got a new pub sub listener. Let's rerun that and have a look if our system is working here. Though this one no longer should be localhost. We need to, this thing above us here needs to go to the live one. which we should change over now. So this is going to be app.basestreamtools.com. There we go. All goals unlocked. I forgot about this thing. I forgot that appeared, right? I hadn't seen that in so long. That's amazing. Like, just think of that. Just now, pretty much, I'm pretty sure what happened was Nacho just smashed out. If we were doing a subathon, we would have finished our subathon because of what he just did. Isn't that hilarious? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. So yeah, let's go to the live one. So yeah, because we only put like a few in, he just like, if we were doing a subathon, he would have unlocked the whole subathon. How's that? Isn't that crazy? I don't think anybody ever saw this on a stream before. It's I hope he's around to see that that he just completely smashed our fictitious fake, subathon. Pretty funny, pretty funny. Okay, so let's see. Just required a restart to refresh and populate. Yo, look. Thanks for all the support to Seb and of course all the gifted subs, Nacho Pants. Yeah, I know, right? I think so many people benefit from what he does, and it just really helps this channel so much. Nacho is such an incredible dude at supporting the channel the way that he does. It's like I'm seeing a lot of names here. It's like Whitney Loves Games is in there. We've got who else? We've got C# Josh. Like that guy, like I see him lurking all the time. And now he can do it without ads. And he's definitely like into the same stuff that we do. We do heaps of C# development here. So it's like, man, makes so much difference. Okay, so it's pretty cool to see that the subathon unlock like that. It's really, really cool. Okay, so the width, we're going to make that like 600 or even, hold on, way less, like 200. 200, and then we'll push it across like there. All right, so that one's, we're gonna have to set some bigger goals for the stream. Not that they, that's the other thing, that although we're using them as like subathon goals, we could definitely think of them as like stream goals, right? It's definitely something we could do and just keep on screen the whole time, right? And unlock different things as we go. So I think stream goals is more appropriate than subathon goals. The sub goal utility looks amazing as well, Seb. Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks. I'm like, we're working on it. We're making little improvements as we go. The strawberry icon, I think it needs to go. That's one thing. So this can go. This related class also, we can get rid of that. So this can go there. This can go there. And this one as well. So, and we should update this. So what does it say? New goal 3, which was wrong. That can go. That can go. And then if I refresh this, the new stuff is all like updated. Isn't that incredible? Like, if we were actually doing a subathon, like, you guys are right. Like, Nacho, you could get a Nacho and he just comes and smashes the whole thing. And it's like, boom. The one thing we really need to do for this is get a timer going. We need to get a subathon timer. That's one thing that's like, they're terrible and they break all the time for other people. And we need our own that's not crap. All right, where are we at with it? Goal progress bar. Yeah, let's rerun this and look at the local host version. So if we get rid of that, that's still the live one. We need something on here to link to the overlay. So we love you. Oh, Sebi loves you too. Gorky, how you doing? Hold on, we're gonna get a favorite fork emote. Boom. We need to do another pass, honestly, guys. That could be something that we design into our we could, if we had our own like there could be something in here which was like, we should honestly start designing our own subathon. To be like, you know, on day 2 we might have, so we wouldn't have an IRL market stream, but we would have something like make new user emotes, something like that. We could do so many things. That would be a good idea, though. I would quite like that one. So maybe as we go, we should just like, this would be a cool feature. If you guys could suggest stream goals, like, you know, the like suggest different subathon unlocks, that would be a really, really cool idea, right? Just to like, yeah, that'd be a really cool idea. A game jam. Oh my God. That would be a great one. Game jam. Game jam at like, though that one would need to be like a big one. Something like after 300, then you will do a game jam. Hey man, could you check out your game? Flappybirds.net. You know what? We're going to do it. We're going to do it. Did you remake Flappy Bird? That's a ban. That's a ban. Let's be more careful with links. That was a really legit looking link. Honestly, it was. That was quite legit looking. Apologies. If I reopen Chrome, is that going to open again? Ugh. This is why we need link protection. Yeah, but to be fair, that's the first time we've ever had a dickhead come along. Before now, it's been pretty fine. All right, hold on. We're not going to restore. And let's bring back the music. And we're back. So apologies. I have to apologize, guys. I probably do need to be more careful clicking links. I feel like, you know, if somebody makes a game, and I know how hard it is to make a game. It's not easy to create a game. And if you make an effort to go and do something, and like we're all about creating things ourselves and making games, I kind of want to support doing that, right? I probably need to be more careful about just clicking links though, because, you know, although I want to support people who make the effort to go and make things, if, you know, if I just do that, you know, at least we don't have too many people here, you know? You know, it's not like a massive stream where a lot of people are inconvenienced. And I also feel like that things like that could actually take the VOD down. It's, yeah, maybe we'll get you to field them in future. I'm just sad I didn't get to go to it before the first time message. Yeah, that's true also. It's the first time message, so I need to be more careful about that. But for sure, for sure. So is that guy banned? Definitely a ban, right, Goldie? Good. I just thought that was a crazy sound alert. I hope y'all's ears didn't bleed. I got to it pretty quick, though. Got to it pretty quick. Shut it down. Shut that down. Yeah, ban hammer. Probably don't post that VOD. Yeah, we'll need to censor out little bits of it. That's, yep. Yep. Yeah, that VOD is toast. Ugh. I mean, they go to YouTube anyway, so it is something. It's just the effort to go and edit that little bit out is annoying. Well, we made it this long without running into one of those. We made it this long. That was a pretty good effort. I feel like it's a pretty good effort to make it this far. All right. So what we do need to test though, we just replaced the system. We just replaced the system here with Twitch sub event consumer, and then there's also, so this one got a rewrite. We need the chat event consumer as well. Chat event consumer. Okay, so we need to give the same treatment to. We need to give the same treatment to. There we go. On YouTube, that's probably an issue as well. Yeah. 0 days without incident. Yeah. That one looks so legit though. The name didn't stand out as a flag. Like, we are a stream that tries to support people as they make games. It's, it's, so if somebody comes along, it's like, yo, I made a game. I'm going to be like, yeah, I want to support you, man. You seem like a cool person if you make games. We like that. But you're right, Goldie. I'm sorry. I should let you vet them in future. Not be so ready to be like, yes, I'm in a good mood. I want to help somebody. This month marks 4 years of your streaming adventure. Nice, Armando. Congrats, man. 4 years. Huge. That's an achievement, man. I just clicked into your channel, man. I see I'm down there as a suggested streamer. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. I've already got you there on a follow list. If you're ever streaming, dude, I'll give you that raid. Okay. Oh, hold on. I gave it the wrong instruction. Twitch chat event consumer was the one that we need to... Yes, I did mean the Twitch chat event consumer. Let's refactor that too. There we go. Okay, so turns out this was working. We got rid of the little fruit. We should probably make something to customize the way that it looks, right? Let's do that. Let's do that. So stitch.withgoogle.com. So I mean, maybe the first thing we need to do is add a button to our, so let's see, we've got our, in goals, we've got our goals overlay. In our goals overlay, we probably need a button that opens the link. I mean, not even that. Let's start with this. Let's start with this. We're going to start with, if we've got a localhost goals overlay, and we need username base code for this to work. If we have something like this, what I want to do then is say, I need a user interface. So I need a user interface that configures the colors of the following User interface attached in the image. The different things I'd like to be able to change include the key color, the background color, and the text color. Yeah, cool. Let's see. Let's let that run and see what it comes up with. I did just select mobile, didn't I? That was a mistake. I don't want this as a mobile option. Let's get more of Bella's good music. Man, she really contributes so much to this stream with her music. That was so disheartening. I'm sorry, Seb. Such a disappointing abuse of your good faith. Don't worry, dude. I wonder if it was best to end the current VOD now, Seb, so it can be removed and no longer accessible to... No, don't worry, dude. It's totally fine. That VOD's just going to go up on, like, when it goes on YouTube, I'll edit out that bit, and so don't worry about it. Yeah, look, they're not, they're just, I imagine, like, some people like that, how to explain it? Like, they're not, like, they're just not good people, right? Some people are bad people, and it happens. The world's full of bad people, and that was just one of them. He didn't, that person wanted to disrupt and harm others, and unfortunately the world's got people like that out there. And the least thing you can do is just like let it worry you or let it stress you or think about it very much. It's like just don't give them the satisfaction, and I'm off back to what I was doing, man. They'll Seb, good people, let's go. Thanks, man. You need one of these emotes, the groove. Yeah, I'm grooving out to this music for sure. Yeah, I'll edit it up before it goes on YouTube, if anything. Vim, that's totally fine. No skin off my back. I think the worst thing you can do is let somebody like that actually be bothered by what they're doing. That's the all right, where do we get to the desktop version of this? I mean, this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I don't mind this at all. It's pretty cool, right? This is a much better way to configure how it looks and feels. So we could introduce a new tab to be like a new tab for look and feel. And then we also need a button. Can non-subs please try and post a link? I'll only get timed out for 30 seconds. Yeah, thank you, Goldie. Straight onto it. Straight onto it. Yeah, it looks pretty good. It looks pretty good, right, Cerberus? It's, I think that live preview up the top, we'll replace that with, our, the actual Subathon thing. I think I might want to try that one more time. Let's try this one more time. But no, hold on. We'll do it here. Go to all designs. We're going to do it for web. Where was it? We're going to copy that. Go to all designs. We're going to attach if anything, we'll just do another screenshot. I don't think we actually need this screenshot, but let's try it anyway. Stream Elements, why you do this thing? Stream Elements not working for you, Goldie. That's all good. All right, loading. I wonder if it would need to be restarted to initiate. That's a good question, Kmart. All right, who are we getting messages from? Stream Elements is my homie. Yeah. Fossabot can also do filtering and censoring of links. Fast fees link, that's a safe one. Did we deploy? Did we deploy those changes? I don't think we have yet. Okay. Theme customizer. This ain't bad, but this is very Stream Elements. Stream Elements does this. Like, you pick the things on the left and you see your component on the right. Like, maybe we should do it because it's familiar, but also I'd like to do something different, right? What about, like, I don't know. It's an interesting concept. It's not a bad idea. We have the... We've got our goals, and then we need, like, another section to customize the goals. Yeah, there we go. Message too long. I mean, reason message too long? That's different. There are different approaches to handling links. Automate, delete, denial of posting because of link, auto timeout. Worth looking into for D as well. Yeah, yep. Okay, so maybe we should have something where we pull the like, you know, pull out the theme from the right. Let's create a variant of this where the theme happens from a panel that you pull out from the right. I mean, let's also have a look at the other thing, like think about the other things here. We could have the element in the center and then all of the configuration on the right. Yeah, that could work. Then we'll have a sample of chat here and all the configuration options on the right. That's not a bad way to do it. And that's also different from, that's also quite different from Stream Elements. I don't mind that. I don't mind that though. I got to think how it will look on mobile too, but yeah. Okay, that wasn't even one of my longer ones. Yeah, like that was a pretty short message, I think, Kmart. That's that was, yeah, not something I would have thought to ban. I think this is not a bad design. You guys with me? It's different enough from Stream Elements because Stream Elements has like the This is pretty good. This bot has got to learn its place. True. Hey, Echoes, good to see you again, man. It's been a minute. How are you? Welcome back. I think a right panel like this could really work quite well. It's not a bad design. And then we'll have the thing itself in the, oh no, hold on. We've got to think like we need a section to edit the data. And then we also need a... You're not too bad. You've just been busy with work. Yeah, I know that feeling. I know that feeling. It needs to be whipped to make sure it's learned. You're talking about the bot? Yeah. With the regularly increasing popularity of both Seb and D's channels, it might be worth considering an app process for future potential mods at some point. That's really nice of you to think like that, Kmart. That's really cool. That's really cool. Gets a shock collar. Yeah. Ugh. Hand's a bit cold now. I turned the aircon on. I got to turn it off. Hold up. Okay. So the only thing that I'm not liking about the concept here of like the goal stuff, this like we need a goal editor. So maybe it's like a too many panels though. Panel at the bottom to edit the data, panel at the right to edit the content. The thing I don't like about like we do want to see the actual element, and then we want to so maybe a pull-out panel is the right way to do this. It's a hard decision, man. It's a hard decision how we actually do this. Because what I like about this is you can see the actual element itself, and then you can see all of its you can see all of the details, and then you modify it and you see the change in real time. That's quite handy. That's quite handy. But it doesn't really work in so many cases. Like chat, I don't think I like it here. It all gets a bit crammed, right? Where if we had it on the right, and goals is an interesting situation because there's so much like data to So I need to work on this concept, I think. So we've got the goals editor that edits the data. How do we actually see the thing as we build it out? One way to do this is definitely to stick it in a panel on the side. The other thing we can do is abandon this left slide out panel, though I really like it. Maybe make a dedicated style customized section at the top or the right. See, there are three things that we need to change though. We need to customize the style. Well, there are not necessarily three sections. There are three items that we need to handle. We need to handle displaying the actual thing, customizing the look, and customizing the data. And I mean, let's try that. So we also need a section that allows us to customize the data that appears in the object. So hold on, let's really just think this prompt through. Let's start a new thing. We're going to start a new design. I need a user interface that accounts for three things. One, an area that displays the current component that is being worked on with a full preview of that component. Two, a section that enables you to modify the look and feel of that component. a section which enables you to modify the data in the component. The sections which allow you to modify the look and feel and the data can both contain multiple elements and multiple input fields of multiple types. The focus of the user interface should be the component itself that applies the data and the look and feel to the actual object. UI preview. Let's see what it comes up with. If we give it something like that, this might really like help it come through. Good music, good vibes. Could be the data entered into the preview element. That doesn't really work in a few cases, Cerberus, though it's a really good idea. The reason it doesn't work is if you look at look at this for instance. Here's the element itself, right? The overlay. If we made this the thing where you entered the data, like look at the current enter, like the UI to enter it, right? Only a small amount of the actual information shows up at any given time, so it's filtered. And it would allow us to not have a separate form, but it like sometimes the structure of the final result, like the subs leaderboard, for instance, like although I guess the data isn't entered into that, but in the case of like the goals, it's a great example of where the information is entered. If we allowed them to enter it directly into the thing, then the filtering and stuff wouldn't work. It's no links allowed. It's the thing is, so often I do like there have been some good links that have come through from the community, you know. So I don't want to completely necessarily disallow links, Goldie. I think it might just be on me to be a bit more cautious about what links I follow. That's I'm usually I'm usually the kind of person that doesn't fall for stupid tricks. It's just in this case, we often really support people who want to, I don't know. There's no good excuse for it. I clicked a stupid link. I need to be more skeptical. That user interface, I should have been more skeptical of it. Maybe I just will be in future. Okay, all right. Having it set to subs is fine, and I can permit them. Yep. People can still ask to send links. That makes sense. It makes more sense why people had links blocked in their other chats. Okay, so where's the section for data? Where is the section for data? Oh, they've got it down here on the right. That might be all right. I'm actually okay with that. That's not too bad. So we'd need to refactor, we need to redesign the stream goals into like a section under on the right. So, okay. All right, so we're going to have a pull-out panel from the right. How does this look on mobile, though? If I change this to be mobile, yeah, it doesn't really work as mobile, does it? Yo, export to Jules. I haven't seen that before. What's that? Let's have a quick Google. AI is better than me at web design. As an option to export to Jules. The SWE agent. Jules, the SWE agent. What is that? Asynchronous coding agent. Interesting. I'm very curious. I haven't even heard of this one yet. I'm super curious. Virtual machine where it clones code and stores dependencies. Enabling notifications. I mean, this could be cool. I'm gonna have to research this off stream. All right, that design, like this design works quite well though. I quite love the idea of having like a central panel with the appearance and the data on the right. But now we'll need a new pull-out panel for every element, and we'll need to basically, to make this work, we'll redesign every one of these, which could be fine. It could be good. Let's start with goals and doing it there. All right, let's just have a shot at it. We'll get a basic version of that working. Is it like a different codex? It seems to be like codex, but from what I gathered really quickly there, it runs in a virtual machine on the cloud and does it without interrupting your main workflow. So it's like you send your instruction off, you connect it to your repository, it pulls the code into a new computer, it makes the changes, and when it's done, it notifies you of them, I'm guessing through Git. Codex works a bit like that if you run it through the web browser, but you know, I run it directly on the command line, so I don't know. I think it sounds expensive what they're proposing, but yeah, anyway. Okay, so Codex can also do that if you use the web UI. Yes, it can. Yeah, absolutely. So one thing I should figure out. Remember we were talking about mustaches and beards a while ago, Goldie? One of the suggestions was that we do Movember. What do you think? Should we do Movember? Yes? That could be cool. That could be cool. All right, well, I shaved the day before yesterday, or at least I trimmed the day before yesterday. Maybe I need to like have a good think about that and sign up for Movember now. Put it on my to-do list for tomorrow. Except I'm not shaving mine off. Fair. But, you know, I think you could like, nah, I don't know. Mustache is the thing. Could be good. I don't know if it'd be a good look for me or a bad look, but okay, so all right, let's get into that change. Seb with handlebars? Yeah, I don't know about handlebars. Maybe like a Primogen style mustache or something. You know, like the little, you know, I don't know. It could be really seedy. It could be a bad look. Okay, so how did our code change go? So that's the Twitch chat event consumer. View all changes. Twitch client factory. We had changes there, interestingly. Monitor connection async. Oh. Where is that? It's got a task that runs asynchronously. Look, we're going to give it a go. We'll have a shot with it. That could be fine. So where's our code? Here we go. So first things first, let's check in the changes that we made. Yep, we got rid of that. So this removes the strawberry. Removes the strawberry from the goal progress bar. Yep. Then we've got the improvements to the horizontal chat. So overflow horizontal chat. What else is there for that? We've got to stop, like, I think we just got to ignore this file. That should go in a different commit. Overflow the horizontal chat. And then these changes were better reconnection handling for chat and sub clients. All right, those changes now with a clean slate. All right, hold up. Put it this way, there was a bigger streamer charity event that I could get into, I'd consider it, but the price needs to be high. I've had this thing for 5 years. Yeah, that should be, you should put a hefty price on that for sure, Goldie, for sure. So let's see, this chat disconnected message, we know we need to get rid of that because that's going to create a lot of logs and we don't want that. And that should go in the last thing we did. So chat disconnected. Now we've got a scheduling reconnect. Hold on, we need to check this works. We need to verify that chat works. So let's have a quick look at that first. Yo, Iliad, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome. All right, here's chat. Testy test. I see a message. So subscriptions are working. Hopefully that means that our reconnection stuff will also be working. I'd be glad if it was. I see it's still doing our disconnect reconnect in the console though. I think we got to turn those logs off. So, hey, SM Mouse, dude, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it, man. We're, we're relatively small stream and growing fast, and every follow helps. Thank you so much, man. That pushes us even closer to our 1,100. So we're at 1,095 follows now, getting closer and closer to 1,100. That's really huge. It's going to be a big moment for us when that happens. It does, yeah. I am seeing it called a reconnect event. I mean, there's a lot going on here in the background. I don't really like all that background activity, but look, we need to actually take some time and yeah, that should probably be awaited. Let's see what else. Let's give it another run. This handle disconnect, I'd expect to see this spamming too. I don't see the spam though. There it is. That's a lot. I think this isn't something we should be logging. It is expected behavior though. We kind of did we asked a bit about that. So we're going to get rid of it. Yeah, rerun that. This needs to go into the last commit too as well, I think. Yeah. Otherwise, we're going to be wasting so much logging, so much disk space, so much like console.log actually, like console.writeline actually takes up a surprisingly large number of resources. People don't really realize how much, but it's a very expensive operation. And so if it's happening a bunch in the background, that's bad news. Not to mention all the disk I/O, like writing to the disk that much is going to be a bad thing. All right, so the first thing, we need a bar, like a thing that pulls out to the side. Same as we have here. Though where do we have the button to... So let's see. I don't mind the save and publish too. That's pretty cool. We have our sign out already. So there could be like a whole subsection under the main section, but I don't know about that. So we've got our components, like already we do kind of have our components in our design on the left. On the right, we need the, like, where's the button to pull this out? Do we just have it always there? I think that doesn't work very well for mobile. How can we do a mobile design here? I do like this design though, with the right panel. This is a very complicated feature. We're not going to do any of that. Let's see. Maybe we do need like a... Maybe just a button. On the mobile, it would have to be drawers. Yeah, I think you're 100% right, Cerberus. I suspect that there'll be a small number of users that actually do this on mobile. Most people won't do it on mobile. Most people will do this on desktop. So for every element will have a button that allows you to pop out the preview as an entirely separate page. We need some kind of button. We need some kind of need a way for the user to do this. Let's see if that variant comes through, because every different one is going to need this. Are you heading to bed, Burlap? Good night. I'm going to be heading to bed fairly soon too. I think another half hour. I've got a work day tomorrow. So going to be wrapping it pretty soon. As soon as we have a good design, I think I might even do the first few steps of the changes. And then, yeah, we'll take it from there. Like, we'll take it from there the next stream, I mean. Really liking the new camera angle. Don't you guys think it's better? It's way better. Just the, like, you know, the... See me of, like... It's, like, not so close up. It's not so close up. I like it. I'm liking it. We gotta consider some other angles, maybe. But so far, I really like it. Okay. Where's the pop-out button? There it is. The top right. Not bad. Yeah, that's not bad. It's a little, like, not obvious. It looks pretty schmick. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, the publish might be the same, right? Publish is essentially the same as the pop-out button. So maybe we can ignore that. Publish is our pop-out button. We need something to show the user that's currently logged in though. So Maybe if we add that, it will figure out a way to design it in. Honestly, we should get rid of our sign out button. Like maybe this button should take us to like a user profile page. Looks good in listening only mode. What do you mean by listening only mode, Penny? Okay, where are we at? The page needs something showing a circle with the user's profile picture in it for the currently logged in user. It means I can see your new camera mode. Right. Yep. I see what you mean. You're talking about the camera. Yep. Looks good in listening only mode. Okay. On mobile, you can just get the chat audio. Okay. Yeah, okay. I didn't even realize that. That's pretty cool. Okay, let's let this thing load. Nearly done. I think also we need to reload the server with the newer bottom bar. That's going to be handy. I'm keen to try this Jules thing. We're gonna have to. I mean, it's got a CLI. This is really interesting. I do definitely want to give it a go. How is this coming along? Hold on. We're looking at this design. All right, so they just think just like stick it up there. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all, actually. To have a publish button up the top right, just next to the user's profile picture. Put it on the top bar. I kind of like it. I think this might be a good UI design for sure. So we got our features on the right. On the left, we've got our appearance and data on the right. So the only thing is though, these drawers need to pop out and in. These drawers need to pop out and in. What does a user press to expand and collapse them? On mobile, you can just get the chat audio. I'm really curious. I've never really looked at Twitch on mobile before, Goldie. It would be really interesting. I'd really be quite interested to see how that works. Okay, how's it going? I don't see any new functionality for this. We've updated the component editor interface to include expand collapse functionality for the modification drawers, where each of the look and feel and data drawers now has a small clickable arrow They've added this little arrow that like, okay, so we need to we need a way for users to horizontally expand and collapse the components and the left and right panels. The left and right panels. Let's have a shot at that. Because that totally misunderstood what we were doing. I use the app a fair bit when I'm away from my PC, but also the Frosty app, depending on who I'm watching, as I still need to mod this chat. I gotcha. Okay. Okay. So I guess that's how you manage to never miss a stream, hey Goldie? It's like you're always like, even when you're not at your computer, you're still able to tune in with it. That's pretty cool. That makes sense. All right, here we go. We're about to see what it's decided. I guess, yeah, that kind of works. We can just have those little buttons. It's not terrible. Instead of putting them up the top, I kind of like it. I kind of like it. Okay, so that's another thing that we need to design into this, guys. Like, see how it's got the save button? Right now, everything gets, well, it might complicate things considerably, but everything gets its own, like, embedded information in the URL. The way that goals work is the way that I want everything to work. So if I'm going to pop out a chat, see how like all the options, they get embedded in the URL here, where if I go to goals, all of the information, like it doesn't get embedded. If I go goals/overlay, and all the information is actually loaded out of my user. And I think I want to do the same for, like the horizontal and vertical chat as well. But the thing is, you might want variants of it, right? You might want to create like 2 or 3 instances of the horizontal and vertical chat. So in cases like that, yeah, I don't know how to handle it yet. Maybe there's some way to like create multiple, but I'm not sure. I got to think it through a little. But this is pretty good. Um, Let me have a think now. How do we actually structure this in code? We could probably do it in the main layout, but I don't think that's the best place to do it, right? We've got main layout here that has this has the top bar. We would need to like feed context in to have those buttons, or maybe we position them like relative to the page to make them appear at the top bar, but then it's going to be hard to get them to horizontally lay out when we're like competing for space with other items. I think in general though, this is a pretty good design. So one thing we can do for sure is, I mean, this little expand and collapse thing, we could put a little arrow halfway down the right side of it. That's probably going to be a real hassle to implement, but we could definitely do it. So let's see. We've got the nav drawer. That's essentially what this is. We've got the nav drawer. And its ref is, yeah, it has a reference. We're going to need a nav drawer, but we'll also need a... Oh God, how do we do that? Nav drawer has its own... So yeah, nav drawer, we're going to need like a separate kind of like drawer for each of the... So let's just try like... We're going to have goal, edit, draw. Goal, edit, draw. And now let's go look at what Blazor can do. Sorry, what Mud Blazor can do. A bit off topic. I see Twitch has an event subsystem. Now that's replacing the IRC system. Yeah. I see. I did see that too, Cerberus. You know, we might be down to use that, but at the moment we've got, you know, like I don't want to re-implement existing things just because something new came along, if that makes any sense. So when we implement new things, actually, I don't even know if we implement new things. I think if we'd started on a foundation of that, we would use it. Maybe for anything that only depends explicitly on that, we'll use that. It's yeah. So components, we've got drawers, ABC drawer. Okay. So that was a drawer. This is a drawer from the top, drawer from the right. And then, yeah, persistent drawer, I think is what we want. We'll want another one of these. We'll want our little button to appear on the right side of the drawer. And we're going to have to do the same for this. Let's see, how does ours actually work? I think ours works inside the bottom section of the page. If we put that button on the drawer, it's going to be interesting. Toggle end, toggle start. So this button needs to be at the side of the page. Oh, this is gonna be tough to implement, but how this works. I mean, should we give Codex a shot at this? All right, let's try it. Right now, at the top left of the page, there's a burger menu that allows us to expand and collapse the drawer, the nav drawer. So let's go have a look at the code here quickly. That can go. We'll deal with this. We'll deal with the nav drawer first, right? Drawer open is bound to this toggle drawer button. The mud icon is in the app bar. It's currently... The button that toggles this drawer is currently here in the app bar. That causes our drawer to open and close. Toggle drawer. Copy the absolute path. Instead, I want a button that sits on the right side of the drawer that you can click to expand and collapse it, as seen in the attached screenshot. There we go. Let's have a shot at that. See if that can do it. It might do a terrible job. It might do a great job. Let's find out. The IRC seems kind of unreliable from what I've seen, but of course, it would only matter if it's validated project that seems viable long term. Yeah. No, I hear you, Cerberus. I hear you, Cerberus. And I also like your approach of being like, no point in doing this if it's not going to be a long term project. But, we'll see. We'll find out fairly soon. It'll, these things, they happen or they don't. For a project like this, I think, yeah, we need to validate it fairly soon or move on from it to another thing. Because I've spent a lot of time on it at this point, and it's been fun, but there are so many other things I need to do and would like to do. So the same thing here. I think when that nav drawer goes there, this is going to look cleaner up the top. I don't think the username is necessary here. So that's another thing we should do is the sign out button. I think when we click the sign out button, we should have a modal that enables you to sign out. If anything, just to clean the whole thing up a little. I suspect that's why all the timers and stuff don't work reliably. Even Stream Element's own timers don't work right. Yeah. No, I hear you. I hear you, Cerberus. We are going to do a timer system. I know that we need, we need countdown timers, and I want them to integrate with especially subathons. Subathons and countdowns are really important, but I suspect you're talking about a different kind of countdown, right? You're talking about the reliability of things that connect and disconnect and all of that. I hear you. That publish button is going to be a really useful one. Though how we feed the data to a parent component, that's going to be an interesting thing here. I think we might need might need a new state object that sets the publish link, and whether it's null or not will determine if that button appears. Oh no, you do mean the subathon timer is an example? Yeah, fair. I don't think that those timers are related to anything that Twitch is doing. It's just they're making some. I think they're not implementing their timers very well. People are restricted to working with what Stream Elements provides, and we're going to be able to do something way more robust than that. We're just going to be able to say at this point in time, the subathon starts, and every time it reloads, it will load that time, and then it will say what is the time. What is the time now? And then it'll use that distance as how much time is left on the timer, right? When the subathon starts, and also when the timer ends is another way to do it, where you just mark a point in time and you say what is the time now, and then you count down towards that thing, and then that we don't even rely on servers or syncing data or anything like that. You just pull a piece of information once, and then you subtract the time now from that time, and it's that's how our timers are going to work when we implement those. It's yeah. Ooh, chat heartbeat stale, forcing reconnect. That's interesting. We haven't seen that yet. That's interesting. Where's our idle threshold? 2 minutes. That's interesting. Whoops. I don't think we want those logs. So we're going to get rid of them because they're going to clutter up the system after a long time. The issue is usually for adding time when someone gifts, I think. Yeah, but like the way that we do that is we just like on gift event we automatically recalculate. Like we have the sub event raise, and then every time a sub happens, we recalculate the time. We can totally do that. Totally doable. Um, so where are we at now? Has it completed? I think it did. No, it didn't. It's doing stuff still. What's this? What are all these changes? It changed like every freaking line here, but made no changes. This is line endings again. I really hate that it decides it's going to change line endings because it makes so many like just it makes noise in your history, in your Git history. Um, Interesting that it's putting that code here too in the nav drawer. I guess where else? It makes most sense to do that. Okay, rerun. Let's have a look. How is it going? I mean, it got rid of that, but where's our button? Okay, it should be. So where's the main layout? It's moved it into the nav drawer. Drawer open. Toggle drawer. Where is that referenced? Unclick toggle drawer. Okay, here's this icon. Where's that icon button? Mud icon button. That's not going to work, but draw toggle. Let's go have a bit of an inspect here. There it is. All right, they stuck it up in the. There is a button here. There is a button hiding somewhere there. That is not where it's supposed to be, though. I think it's hiding behind this nav button, like the actual top. If I delete this, there it is. So it did create it, but it hit it in a really weird spot. Hello, may I have a Song of AI slot, please? Well, we see plenty of that Lasmat around here, and then we try and fix it as much as we can, as much as possible. There's a lot of slop that comes out of it for sure. So IRC won't make it unreliable if there's a brief disconnect or something? Sorry, I've never worked with IRC before. No, I mean, it doesn't necessarily make it unreliable. It's just like there was instances where the thing didn't reconnect that, you know, it is an interesting first message, but it's, yeah, no, you're definitely, definitely a way to make an entrance, Lasmat. It's, I took first and last letters of my real name and arranged them to that. Tasmal? No, hold on. I'm misunderstanding. Cool username. What inspired it, Lasmat? Yeah, it's a good question. It does sound cool. It's got a good ring to it, doesn't it? Doesn't it, guys? Okay, so this has placed the toggle draw button at the top left of the page, where it needs to sit at the right side of the drawer along the middle of the page vertically. Okay. So that would work quite nicely. The button, I think, is also a bit awkward just with the way that it's colored. And then we can hopefully use a similar thing on the right side to expand our component like editing drawers. And I think we need a generic component that we can reuse for all of the different pages to contain their information, because I think that's going to make a big difference, right? And we want to do it pretty soon because it's nearly at 2 a.m. when I need to end the stream. Okay, it's having a think. Keep doing your think. And I'll do a think about our right panel. So we'll need another nav drawer. Let's go have a look at that. So it's going to be a shared component. What are we calling these? A feature edit drawer. Feature edit drawer sounds about right. I have to say, Blazor looks pretty good. Blazor was grim when it was just released. Yeah, look, I actually started building my own component library at one point, Cerberus, and yeah, it was a slog. When I found Blazor, I pretty quickly moved across to it because it's like way better than the component library that I was building. And it took a long time too. It took a long time to get to the point where it was like even just slightly okay. But yeah. So you guys noticed that this just reloaded? It just refreshed. And that's our scheduled restart. I don't know that we necessarily need it after the next change, but we'll see. I think I'm going to leave both for a little while, and then I'll get rid of the auto reload. But yeah, I agree with you. I think Blazor looks fantastic. Blazor at least. And the fact that they made it free and open source is like, yeah, it makes Blazor a viable tech stack. Without it, I don't think I would be using it at all. Kind of wild that they would create a whole web front-end technology without a component library to back it too. Like, it's nothing without a good component library. All right, so let's see. We need a drawer. We should go and like look at our existing drawer, our nav drawer. So there's our nav menu, mud drawer. I mean, mud nav menu. We don't want that in our next one. But we do want something like this. So feature edit and then mud drawer. And then, yo, Simtex, how are you, man? Thank you for the tier 1, dude. 7 months. Wow. Blah, 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 blah. 7 silence months. Blah, 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 blah. You are good. How are you, Simtex? Good to see you. The only thing I like about Blazor is the mud grid is still based on Flexbox. It makes the HTML so cluttered. I don't know. I personally like Flexbox better than I like grid, Lasmat. And maybe I'm just old school, or maybe I don't understand the power of grid, but it always like just makes it harder to think about. There's this one site here. This complete guide to Flexbox. Once you have this page and you just like read it a couple times, you understand the flex direction and the you know, it's mostly justify content and what's the other thing? And align items, like align self and align items. Where is it? Align items. Once you understand those two things, flex becomes like a lot easier. And then, you know, I like grid is where grid you need to understand all this like like the wrapping and it's just, I don't know. I personally like Flexbox. Um, I'm good. Make some tax and programming stuff. How are you? I'm good. Make some tax and programming stuff. Hold on, hold on. Are you suggesting I make some tax stuff for like I program some tax stuff? Because it's funny. I wrote some software to do that, Simtex. I wrote some stuff to some software to do my taxes for me, or at least help. Um, that was the thing I did, and I'd like need to do my taxes again soon. So I might bust that project out and fix it up again sometime. Um, I think first I'll need to generate a whole bunch of fake bank transactions so that I don't go doing it with my real bank transactions on stream. But not that there's anything there that I would be worried about at the same time. It's Flexbox is godlike for one-dimensional stuff, but nesting two Flexboxes to get two dimensions is just awful compared to just using CSS Grid. I'm with you. I'm with you. But it takes a while for most people to get on board with CSS Grid. I love Grid for when you have literally a grid of objects, but if you're just laying out components, then I like Flex better. I feel like it's like, you use them, you use one. Grid has its place, definitely has its place, but so does Flex in my book. Public bool draw open. Okay. So then let's go have a look at our. Yeah, I think that's all we actually need. So now in here we can go, we'll just do a hello world. Hello world. And we'll throw this in. Is the tax software you made something that would be appropriate for public use? Yeah, Australian tax season is approaching right now. Yeah, it is. It is in Zeta Vim. It was basically it helped you figure out. It wasn't really just for tax. It was more for my own spend tracking and budgeting. I used it for that, and then it also just turned out to be incredibly handy for tax because all the stuff you could need. If you're tracking your expenses according to different like categories, then it makes it really easy to find deductions and mark things as deductible. But yeah, and the cool thing it did was it integrated with, like, I use a lot of Google Calendar. I use a lot of like Google Photos, and I take photos of my receipts. And Google used to have this like thing that like Big Brother style tracked everywhere that you went, and so it made it very easy to be like, this transaction, what shops did I visit that day? And it would be like, oh, you were here and here and here. And then you could be like, oh, obviously this transaction was related to this crazy Chinese grocer, that didn't have a sensible name in their bank statement. And I did actually buy some pencils and erasers, and those were for business use. And so this was a tax deductible expense. And it's like, that stuff becomes really difficult without something like Zero or Mile. And those things can get really expensive really quick. So I just made one that operated entirely on local data, and it kept it all in the browser. So it's like your browser settings, not browser settings, your local storage in your browser was where your transaction and like stuff was says famous for buying Chinese pencils. Look, our old office used to be right next to this. It was like a $2 shop owned by these Chinese people. And all of our office stationery got bought from there because it was just conveniently close. And so we had all these random transactions. Like, you could never fucking figure out what company was selling you these things because their transactions were really bad. Then they changed ownership. It was a hassle, and that tool was handy. I ask in part because another amazing creator and developer was just mentioning her needs to do taxes here as well. Right. It sounds so perfectly customized for your needs, which so many bigger software companies constantly fail to do. Yeah, yeah. Laundromat. A laundromat. Spelt wrong there, Nacho. I think you misspelt laundromat. That's good. That's funny. That's funny. Okay, so with goals, where's our goals? We also need a button on this one to like expand and collapse these things. Open draw needs a button. So where was that? All All right, hold on. First things first. Let's see what this came up with. So let's view these changes. That's halfway down the page. That would have been halfway down the page, but that got removed. Ah, it's interesting. Let's rerun and just see. $700,000 worth of pencils. We just scribble a lot. Yeah, we have a lot of office needs. We haven't caught up with the digital age, but our need for information has just increased. So, oh, there we go. That's nice, but completely on the wrong side of the page. Did I? Is this a me problem? This is place the toggle at the top left of the page, which needs to be sit at the right side of the drawer and the middle of the page vertically. It did it in the middle of the page, but not the middle of the drawer. So to clarify, the button needs to be attached to the left side of the page, attached to the drawer itself as it expands and contracts. Bro, my spelling has been shit all night. Yeah. Is backseating allowed here? Yeah, if you've got anything to add, Lasmat, like feel free. Feel free if I'm making mistakes and you're like, do this thing better. It's absolutely welcome. But type in all caps and be amusing. Only backseat drivers who shout get heard here. Nah, not really. But please, yeah, suggestions welcome. Suggestions welcome. Okay, so where were we? A few disabled features. Toggle icon, button style, toggle draw. Where was that going to? Yeah, we were calling it with a ref. I think this is the CSS that's really going to, it's going to primary nav draw. So where's the, is that really the button CSS? I'm just nitpicking though. You have a public variable starting with an underscore, which would indicate it's private. Which one? Which one? No, that's a good nitpick, but where? Where do we have that, Lasmat? Oh, this one, yeah, for sure. That is a good nitpick. Thank you, Lasmat. You know your C#. Okay, primary nav draw. Well, that's... Where else would that be? That's the... I mean, yeah, same thing here. Okay, so let's first let it finish what it's doing maybe before we... Has it already finished? It has already finished. What were its changes? Okay, good. That's wrong. Negative 15 from the right. Let's rerun it. That should be like 10 from the right of like... And is this absolute? Absolute's wrong too. Absolute position, if it's... it should be relative to this... annoying. That should be... Okay. It's past 2 a.m. now. I should be getting to bed, but it annoys me that this thing still needs work. Hello, Recti. How are you? Good to see you. Do we fix it ourselves? I think we do. So where is this? Right. It's got to be left. And then not negative, about 18. Rerun. Maybe we'll try our watch run. It's broken my heart so many times, watch run. I don't trust it anymore, but this is what it's for. For those who want to learn how to backseat. Hold on. This one needs to be better. We need to feature this clip. Yeah. That was good. Yeah. So one time, Nacho suggested that we get GPT to generate our profanity list. And it came up with some really, really funny words, which is good because, like, usually it's hard to get AI to swear. It was it was really, really good. That was a good night. That was so fun. That was so fun. Uh, that was a good suggestion. All right, so we're watch running now. That's why is that still showing up? Still showing up right. Yo, that's a good that's 10 bits. Well spent there, Semtex. That's a good nacho spade. Okay, so what's making it appear on the right? Let's just go look into the CSS. And the thing I really hate about whatever change it's made is it's overflow. Like this scroll bar, it's introduced a scroll bar horizontally too, which is really, really bad. I mean, the first thing that comes to mind is this shouldn't be absolute. This should be relative. So what happens if we get rid of that? I think I'm tempted to just undo these changes. Nav draw container. Yeah, I think we're gonna unwind these changes and undo that, undo that, undo that. And does watch run work? Of course it doesn't. It annoys me that watch run does not work. I would like for it to work. That would be nice. But where's our draw? Is it completely gone? Or do we have one more to undo? I think we need to just rerun it. We can't trust watch run, which is the worst thing about .NET. And the thing I really like about you know, when you're doing just like React dev, the way that often their systems just like detect changes and re-render so much better. Where's our do I actually have to go to Git to do this? I guess I do. Do I? I think those all go. Unstage that. Nav draws, raise it. Oh, hey. All right. This is probably where those changes were actually getting added. So all of this is going to go. We're going to give it one more shot. Shall we give it one more shot? We know how to describe it a little better now. I want to remove the burger menu from the top left of screen and put it on the right side of the left nav drawer. Right side of the left nav drawer. I want to remove the burger menu from the top left of screen and put it at the right side of the left nav drawer. If it doesn't do it this time, I'm just going to do it myself. Oh yeah, watch run regularly breaks with isolated CSS. I know it's like, but it's not even, it's just very annoying. It's very annoying. Anything else in React is awful though. You need separate packages for every single thing. Luke, I agree with you about that. Yeah, I agree with you about that, Lasmat. And I like being able to, I don't know, I like so much about the .NET environment and Blazor, but the one thing I don't like is how it changes, it like reacts to changes in the DOM. It doesn't. It just like you have to rerun it and you're stuck like waiting for this thing to recompile so many times. I hate it. I hate that about it. Let's rerun this now that we've discarded our changes with Git. We should have our nav. Yeah, we do, and we don't have the horizontal overflow, which I really didn't like. That's annoying. Okay. So I got rid of that. What's it done here? It's moved the ref inside. Well, it doesn't need the ref anymore, which is recognized accurately. Why do we still have this text there? That's weird. Okay, it's added a backing CSS again, which I often don't like. I'd rather just have a style section inside of instead of having a razor.css. Oh, how was the wedding, by the way? Rad, I hope. Oh my God, Nacho. It might have been the best wedding I've ever attended, man. It was like, it was incredible. It was incredible. Just like, I don't know, the caliber and quality of people there, the like how beautiful the event itself was. It wasn't extravagant. It wasn't like, it was just, I mean, it was, but in the right way. It like really focused on what mattered, and just like Marcus and Lufu are just such amazing humans. To see them like building a life together the way that they are, it's like definitely, life goals there, man. Life goals. Yeah, I agree with you, man. I agree with you. And so, to be fair, so is Marcus. Marcus is actually one of the like, dude, we like freaking dance together and like, but like I don't know how to explain it. It's like I was doing modern jive with Fass, where it's like partner dancing, and he's like, "That's amazing, teach me," and he's like, he let me like be like take the man's position and do the moves, and he's like, okay, yeah, I'll be the girl and learn. And then he did the man moves, and it was fantastic. It was like just so many. The night was full of moments like that. Like he's an amazing human as well. The more I get to know him, the more I like him, and the more I admire him for the ambition that he has and the ways that he does things. It's like both of those are just amazing humans. They're amazing people. It was amazing to have an event and to be invited along with so many other incredible people. It was really good. It was really good. The whole night was just incredible. The amount of "we have all made it" must have been overwhelming. I mean, I felt out of place there because I certainly haven't made it. But there were very, very many people there who 100% have like made it. You know, they've sorted their lives out. They've achieved the things that they wanted to. And there's so many people. You go through life and you have moments where you could have failed and they didn't fail in all of those moments. And although it was nice to be accepted around people like that, even though if I don't necessarily know that I belong in the same way that they did, but they're it was really, 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 really cool. It was really cool to just be there, around the entire event. It's and yeah, a lot of humility as well, but like, it's it was cool. It was really cool. The short answer at Nacho is it's the best wedding I've ever attended, I think. One other one maybe takes the cake, and that was just a friend of mine who, he just got all of his family and his wife's family together in a backyard, and like the whole thing was incredibly low key, and they just like strung Latins up across the top, and they got a band, and the family brought all of the food, and then they just had a really beautiful ceremony, and it was like, that was another really one that stood out that both of them felt similar in the same way, where it wasn't about the spectacle. It was about the people. It wasn't about it was really, really nice. Yeah. 2026 is us, baby brother. You belong. Yo, dude, thank you for saying so. Thank you for saying so. I really appreciate it, Andrew. But I'll hustle next year. I'll keep hustling. I'll keep doing what we're doing. It's, I need to maybe be more focused with my time. I'm realizing that as that last trip to Brisbane, I realize how much I've maybe been dropping the ball with some of the stuff there. Not really dropping the ball, but like dividing my attention. The stream is incredibly rewarding. I love doing it, but I have to make sure I keep on top of the other stuff, or at least find ways to scale that up in a way where I can delegate it properly and like make sure that it's all that I'm not letting it get neglected. All right, is that time for a rerun? That finished. I expect Nacho's wedding to be next level. Oh man, is that even like is that even a thing? Oh my god, that would be a pretty amazing thing. That'd be something else. All right, there we go. It kind of did it. Only it put it inside, so if you collapse it, you can never access it ever again. Um, that's funny. So, this was, to be fair, this is a very difficult request. Um, remove the app bar, added the right align toggle bar inside of the nav drawer itself to keep the existing open close behavior. Scope new styling to push the toggle to the drawer's right edge. This part did not work. Scope the new style to push the drawer to the... We need that right now. If you collapse the drawer, you can no longer open it. We have plans. Mel has her short list of people that are coming. As shown, he only wants a small wedding. Yeah, look, small wedding is good. Overseas flights and everything paid for. I'm just planning it now. God. I mean, that I'll be there. I would be there. I'd be there, Nacho, for sure. Um, but that sounds like a lot, dude. You know, a small event with like, it can be. I'd go to Tasmania as like, you know, that's yo GY, how you doing, man? Good to see you. Thank you for the raid. Thank you so much, Commando General. Thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the follows. Like so many people tuning into the stream and so many follows. It's just Kelly. Hello, Kelly. How are you? Welcome. GY, how was your stream? What'd you get up to? What'd you get up to? How'd you go? Were you playing games? What's up? What's up? Thank you for the raid, man. I gotta give you some more raids. I feel like you've raided me so many more times than I've raided you. And every time you raid, I get so many follows. You must hype me up, man. You must be the best hype man before you finish your raid. Lazmat, thank you for the follow. I super appreciate it. How you doing, dude? Good day, buddy. Yo, and yeah, look, Nacho's here too. I know you guys are freaking good friends. So, what's up? Hello. Oh man, we're doing some code like we do every stream. Um, yeah, big shout out to GY. So anybody watching who hasn't already followed GY and checked his stream out, the dude's like he's a born streamer. He like used to do radio. He used to do like used to be a radio presenter. So his whole life, that's basically what you do on a stream. It's like the same thing as radio, right? And so his streams are really, really entertaining, informative. The dude's very good at tech in a different way, not like software engineering, but I'm talking about like setting up streams and setting up like, you know, he showed me how to do IRL streaming last time we met at PAX. He's a really like knowledgeable dude. So we do some really techie things here. He does a different kind of techie stuff on his stream. So go hit him with a follow. We were chatting for a while. I almost passed an unofficial medical test. When you say you almost passed it, that's interesting. You played some games, nice. GY was being mean to Kel all night. Oh, what? I don't know, Kelly, but I feel like nobody deserves meanness. And I actually don't even believe you. I don't even believe you, Commando. I believe that GY is always a gentleman. Oh, Nacho, dude. Another 100 gifted subs. You already dropped 100 this stream, my man. Thank you, Nacho. Oh my God, where are we? Let's go. Boom. 200 gifted subs now, guys. Nacho, thank you for the support, man. I don't know. I never get used to this, man. I never get used to it. You do it. You'd think I would, but I don't. Thank you. Like from the bottom of my heart, man. You keep supporting the stream in such big ways. And like the thing is, the subs, it's not even the half of it, man. It's not even the half of it. It doesn't even scratch the surface. Just like you being supportive is such a big inspiration to me, man. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, that's certainly something to raid into. A raid and then 100 community subs straight after is insane. Okay. GY sent you a present, Nacho. You got my present from Mel through Mel. So Mel has something but with a camera. Okay. It was worth her stepping on my foot while I was serving dinner. It worked out beautifully. All right. GY sucks at programming. Yo, GY, I bet if you actually tried, you'd be really good at programming. I reckon if you ever gave it a shot. It's yeah. Okay, hold on. I told her to give you a butt slap and a huge warm hug. There's a lot of grab ass, isn't there? Sometimes I was so surprised to see that, Nacho, with like the way that people give you. I'm just like, I guess I don't bond that way. I don't know. I just like have those physical boundaries where I'm like, it's funny, like put me in a martial arts class and I'll get punched in the face happily. But when somebody like grabs my ass, I'm always a bit like, oh, what? It's, I'm naughty girl. That's okay. Oh, okay, Kelly. Okay. All right. Well, now I'm even more curious about how GY's stream went. Nacho, thank you for the gifted sub. Yeah, look, now GY even got one. You know, there's a way to select a specific recipient if you want to sub to someone. If you wanted to give GY a sub, you didn't have to like, you can sniper rifle just GY instead of shotgun blasting like 100 adjacent people. I feel like everyone that raided just got a sub probably. That's huge. Fat Phil got one. Yeah, nice. I have proof that he unofficially passed the test because I was one that administered the test. What's the medical test? I'm curious. I wanted to gift Glenn. I was like 1 in 100. Surely he hits. Yeah. Yep. You did it. You did it. And Lazmat got one from the look of it. Oh, man. So, yeah, definitely some base code hype there. Definitely some hype there. Okay, I'm still recovering from being punched. Yeah, that was insane. Who does that? It's ugh. Kelly has a dungeon? Okay. Suddenly considering what the heck is going on for yo, Penny. I can't believe Penny didn't get one. Thank you for gifting that, GY. That's really appreciated. Really appreciated. Bro, I'm still recovering from you did miss that. You did miss that moment, Goldie. And it's not you didn't miss much, but like I was like, what? So yeah, poor Nacho got a sack whack, but yeah, it was Ray in the city. Yeah, I don't know who what a guy. Interesting. Yeah, no, that's a big thank you, Penny, for GY. I really appreciate it, dude, and so does Penny. So that's Father's Day destroyed for me. Fat Phil, good night. And if you need to raid and run too, GY, you should definitely do that. I know you've probably had a long stream. It's getting late here too. We were gonna raid out like fairly soon, so like thanks for the raid too, though. I'm gonna keep going a little bit longer. I know I always say this. It's just like a little bit longer, but I just want to finish this one feature. That old chestnut. Okay, hold on. I swear to God. Goldie, is that because I'm like, I said I swear to God because I'm not ending the stream when I said I would? Wrapping up soon and then goes for never. Yeah, it's. I know it's on brand. I know it's on brand. That's definitely me. That's definitely me. But all right, hold on. We were in the middle of writing this. We're in the middle of writing this. Hold up. The following part has not worked on the drawer's right edge. Right now, if you collapse the drawer, you can no longer open it because it appears above the nav links. It should appear on the right edge of the nav drawer. Okay. See if I can do that. Just 5 more minutes, Mum. I know, right? I know, psych. I just want this feature to be done because once it's done, we can convert it into like a generic nav drawer component. So for reference, what we're working towards, guys, is like right now we have a bit of it's a bit haphazard. There's this like every one of these systems, they can be, be configured. You can change a bunch of things around them. But what I would like to do is move them all into one right panel so that we've got the different things that you can configure on the left and the ways in which you can configure it on the right. And then one button up here to be like publish so that you can, right now, they all have something like this. I just think the UX is kind of, it's not as good as it could be. It's not as good as it could be. There's like, hey, what's going on there? That's missing some subs. Oh, right, because this is the local host version. The live one would have caught it. It wasn't running when the subs happened, so that explains that. But yeah, so you can kind of like pop it out. So I think the publish button will do this pop out option. Dinner's ready, Sebastian. Get your ass downstairs to eat or it gets cold. Look, that conversation actually happens when I visit Mum still. Still to this day. She's like, dinner's ready, Seb. Come on. And I'll be like, but I'm busy. I'm doing this thing. She'll be like, nope. And that's fair. And that's totally fair. Okay. So. Oh my God. Nacho. Still, I'm not over it. 10 minutes ago it happened and I'm still just like, wow. Another 100 gifted is huge. Thank you, man. Just thanks. Just thanks. That's all I guess I can really say, dude. What else can I do? What else can you do but say thank you? All right. This should have finished what it was doing by now. 37 lines of change is significant. View all those changes. Why does it... And then what is it adding here? All right, it's changing the CSS. You made me cry, Fax. Shut up. Oh, look. Hey. No, man, we have your back, Nacho. We got your back. Don't you worry about that. You don't owe us a damn thing. You don't owe us anything, man. And we got your back. For sure. It's only 2:30 a.m. for you. It's 2:30 a.m. for me, Kelly. Getting early though. Getting early. I've got like tomorrow's a big day. Tomorrow's always my like business admin day. It's payroll tomorrow, which is always a little bit stressful. Always a little bit stressful. When you're when you're operating a company, payroll is this one big day where it's like a lot of going out, money going out. You get money coming in and out. It's like the tide. Mondays, right? Yeah, got a case of the Mondays for sure. Okay, it's still doing a lot of thinking here. Ready to rerun it pretty soon though. Let's just stop it, save ourselves a moment. Where's our... Here it is. Adding line numbers to the CSS file? What? Okay. Toggle drawer now lives on the drawer's right edge so it stays accessible when collapsed. Render drawer and toggle as siblings so the button isn't hidden away. That's probably smart. Add isolated styling to the anchor. Probably start. It didn't try and build because it's already running Run the UI and yep, let's do it. Give it a run. How's everything been, Nacho, since PAX? Has the event like are you guys seeing the effects? Do you have like, I don't know, it's hard to like design KPIs and stuff like that, but okay. Hold on. This thing's not worked. Let's see, nav draw toggle button. Let's see. We need to go here. Let's go look through the code. It's put it up at the top left of the screen again. So this didn't work. That's real annoying. We're gonna have to do this ourselves. It was a difficult task. It's been asked to do a difficult thing. But kind of annoying and surprising that it came to the same result. Delete that. There's the button. I can't even see the damn thing. Okay, what is its actual icon? All right. That's not work. Seb, no. We don't talk about it. But I can tell the story is you want to know. Hold on. What are we talking about here? So Goldie can tell the story. We fucked up pretty badly. Hold on. You're referring to PAX? What do you mean? That's I'm very curious. Very curious. I mean, it doesn't sound good. Honestly, Nacho, it sounds scary. Full cock rumble areas. I mean, I'm curious now, but depends if you want to talk about that now, but we could talk about that now. If it's a genuine fuck up, that's unfortunate though. This has not worked. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe there's something built into like the drawers that we can do. I kind of like the idea. I like the concept of the drawer, but okay. We don't talk about Riverwood. Okay, look. Well, no one at Lonsell forgot to make the QR code go anywhere. No. No, really? Oh, no. Okay, but this works. Set the code up. Oh, so the code didn't work for the 25 off. Hold on, surely oh man. Okay, you fixed it now. It does now. Oh. Live and learn. Live and learn, Nacho. You know what though? I don't think the real value was never like the real value was never going to be the signups that you got, though that's undeniably valuable. It was going to be brand awareness. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. That's absolutely the truest like the truest value that you got from the event. The signups would have been secondary. It's really, really unfortunate, but the brand awareness is the most important thing. And the goodwill. Well, yeah, yeah, definitely. The brand awareness is paramount. Exactly. All of that stuff. All of that stuff. Um, oh, how can you? What can you do with that? There's not much you can do with it, is there? The surprising thing, though, the surprising thing is nobody raised it on the day. That's something you could have fixed like right there and then. Why did nobody do the scan and come up and be like, how did you measure the hits on the QR code? That's an interesting question because all right, that's really unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry that happened, Andrew. I'm so sorry that that happened, Nacho. You really deserve to have some success. All right, yeah. And betting each other beers 50. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot. Man, I'm really sorry, dude. I'm really sorry. That's the value wasn't in that though. The value is in the brand recognition, man. That's where it comes from. All right, I need to lock in and do this. Are we is it actually working? Is it actually it's definitely not working. This button here, I don't think I'm going to do this tonight. I think we're going to do this at some other time. Let's do a rollout of the changes we made. So that bottom bar, we made some changes that are going to improve that bottom bar. I think the first thing to do is these four changes, the overflow, the strawberry being gone, all of those changes, I'm going to push them live. We're going to SSH back into that server. Let's see. Hold on. That goes meow. Goes meow. I'm gonna log in. And we're gonna go to in here. All right, so first things first, we change into our base stream tools. Get fetch. Does it recognize our new push changes? It does. We definitely push them. Now we can get pull. I think already we should have those changes more or less. We got rid of the strawberries. Good. And then restart. It'll all go down. And then when it comes back up in a moment, anyway, it's GY's fault. Just don't know how to blame him yet. I'll take the fall. Look, that's what a good leader does, GY. A good leader makes everybody else responsible for everything that goes well and takes responsibility for everything that doesn't. That's the hardest thing about being a leader. You've got to support people to fail, and you've got to focus on the things that worked. Failure is the greatest teacher. I don't think anybody's ever going to make that mistake again, Nacho. It's, that's the thing. All right, so it's back up. The icon's gone from the fruit. See how our horizontal scroll bar is going off the right side of screen. So those changes and improvements we made, they're now live. That's Raw dogging production server like that? Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, we're not exactly. Yeah, we're not doing DevOps yet, Lasmat. It's on a very small scale. We have a whitelist for a few streamers allowed in. I'm gonna set up the DevOps off screen. I mentioned it at the start of the stream that might be something I do between now and the next stream, so we can just push changes and have them go live. But yeah, um, you've had them all executed. Put in the queue and execute long tasks I had. Yep. All right, so all those things are now live. Incredible, huge. What a win. That's a good place to wrap the stream. Honestly, it is as good a place as any to raid out to somebody else. So let's find somebody deserving of a raid and do that. So twitch.tv and who do we have? We've got not too many. We've got Michelle. Why was Michelle on this list? Maybe I met her over PAX. Oh, yo, instant Tolga raid. Definitely. Was great seeing this beautiful man yesterday. Tolga, yes. All right, there goes the raid. It's starting. Guys, thank you. Nacho, like another 200. Incredible of you to continue to support the community in this stream in that way. Can't believe it, man. It's really huge of you to do that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you for everyone who tuned in and stayed the whole stream. Goldie, Crazy. Thank you for the raid, GY. I super appreciate it. All the new follows. Absolutely huge. How many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. A big stream. 11, 12, 13. 13 new follows, guys. That's huge. That's a really big stream. I'm back streaming Tuesday. Day streams, though. Okay, I probably won't be able to raid you with day streams, but I'd love to tune in if I can. Lucario. Cerberus, like, it was good to see you again. Thank you for being so active in the stream. As for programming, I have a surprise in the works to share with you in the near future. I can't wait. Can't wait, GY. Hit me up, man. Show me your surprise. I can't wait to see that. All goals unlocked. Yup. Huge. All right. This is a beautiful man right here. Tolga, great human being. Really wholesome. Him and his partner, I got up with him a whole bunch yesterday at the wedding, so I'm glad I can raid into his stream. Have a great night, guys. I'll see you all soon. Thank you for the amazing stream today. It was really incredible. Catch you guys soon.